Chapter 1279. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Ghost Chariot, Fantasy Tiger King, Little Ing, Savage Bear King, Little Ing, and the others were watching the situation inside Heavenly Beast Hall when they heard the sudden roars and terrifying auras. They immediately turned their heads. Ghost Chariot arched his brows at the sight of the angry Yao beasts. The Fantasy Tiger King, Little Ing, Savage Bear King, and the others frowned. There were no less than 30 Yao Beast Kings following the Savage Bear King and Fantasy Tiger King. When they saw the angry Yao beasts around them, their expressions grew even more solemn. However, at this moment, the sea of demonic beasts roared incessantly as they surrounded the Illusion Tiger King and Little Ing. However, none of the demonic beasts dared to actually charge over. They only roared fiercely from the side. The Fantasy Tiger King, Savage Bear King, and the others were infamous in the beast region. They had powerful backgrounds. Not just anyone dared to provoke them. Is that a beautiful woman from the Purple Flame Demonic Phoenix clan? Is that purple-robed young man very young? On a towering mountain peak, a little girl around 5 or 6 years old asked the battle servants behind her in a clear, childish voice. Replying to the Purple Dragon Emperor, that purple-robed young man is very young, and that woman from the Purple Flame Demonic Phoenix clan is very beautiful. A young man around 28 or 29 years old looked at the little girl in front of him with a terrified expression. His body trembled as he replied, "They are too strong. No one is a match for them." Together with Ghost Chariot, Savage Bear King, Fantasy Tiger King, and the others, they stole all the treasures. In the end, they even entered Heavenly Beast Hall. Of course you can't deal with them." When the little girl heard this, a smile suddenly appeared on her young face. Her smile was like a flower, innocent and radiant. However, the savage Yao Beast Kings and battle servants behind her didn't sense much of the innocence on her young face. Instead, their voices were filled with reverence. They knew best that behind that young face wasn't as harmless as she appeared on the surface. She was absolutely terrifying and difficult to deal with. Only those who provoked her would know what a true demon was. Illusionary Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Long Ju. You killed my battle servant. You'll have to give me an explanation today. The famous Xiongyao, Ao Long, and Crimson Soaring Beasts walked out from the crowd of angry beasts. Long Ju was Little Ying's nickname. As a descendant of the Winged Dragon clan, he was also a ferocious and well-known individual. Compared to the spiritual Fantasy Tiger King and the Violent Bear King, he was in no way inferior. At this moment, the true form of the Tengu clan's Qi Long was only the size of a tiger, but his entire body was covered in a pure black light. His roars were like thunder, and his figure was robust. He had a sharp mouth and fangs, and he emanated a terrifying aura. The true form of Xiongya's Taotai was shaped like a wolf's head. Its eyes were in the armpit, and it had tiger teeth and human claws. Its sharp hair stood upright, and it wore a mask on its head. Its entire body was emitting a terrifying aura. According to legend, the Taotai clan had a long neck and 4 legs, a ferocious nature, extremely gluttonous, swift like the wind, and possessed the ability to devour everything. Crimson Soaring's true form was that of a Qiongqi, but his true form didn't match his name at all. His fur was snow white, and he had 2 faint golden dragon horns on his forehead. His mouth was like an eagle's beak, and a pair of black wings spread out from his back. However, his inexplicably ferocious aura was terrifying. The Tengu clan, the Taotai clan, and the Qiongqi clan could be said to be the 3 most ferocious beast clans in the beast region. And now, the 3 most outstanding juniors of the 3 clans, Ao Long, Xiongya, and Crimson Soaring, had stepped out. The surrounding beasts couldn't help but tremble. Illusionary Tiger King, you must give us an explanation today. Violent Bear King, give us an explanation, or we won't let this matter rest. Some of the foxes who'd borrowed the tigers might to intimidate them even more. With Xiongya, Ao Long, and Crimson Soaring here, the group of foxes who'd borrowed the tigers might had absolute backing. Their fear of the spiritual fantasy Tiger King, the violent Bear King, and Little Ing Ing immediately faded away. We're in big trouble now. The Zither demon, Shangguan Qi Xian, stood near Gui Che, the illusionary Tiger King, and the others. He looked at the ferocious beasts surrounding them from all directions, especially Xiongya, Ao Long, and Xue Ling. His rippling eyes were no longer calm, and his gentle temperament was no longer otherworldly. Faced with the imposing Xiongya, Ao Long, and Xue Ling, the illusionary Tiger King, and the violent Bear King, Little Ing Ing and the others had naturally crossed paths with them before. Their brows furrowed even more. The illusionary Tiger King, the violent Bear King, Little Ing Ing, and Little Falcon exchanged glances. At a time like this, they couldn't help but secretly look at Gui Che. Gui Che's gaze slowly swept over his surroundings. In the end, his gaze landed on Xiongya, Ao Long, and Xue Ling. His blood-red eyes rippled faintly, carrying with them a hint of sinister coldness. His cold, arrogant voice rang out from his mouth. Xiongya, Xue Ling, Ao Long, you just want to get some benefit. Why hide? If you want benefits, then attack. I'll wait for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Gui Che's expression was as calm as the wind and clouds. He stood quietly in midair, inexplicably intimidating. Gazes from all around him trembled. Gui Che's ferocity made the entire beast region tremble. When they heard Gui Che's words, the foxes who'd borrowed the tigers didn't dare say anything. How could they possibly dare to provoke such a terrifying existence? They all looked at Xue Ling, Ao Long, and Xiongya. The beasts knew in their hearts that they were just battle servants. A few of them dying didn't matter much to them. Right now, they just wanted to seize the opportunity to reap some benefit. The benefits of the Celestial Beast Hall would all fall upon Gui Che and the others. It was enough to make all the other beasts green with envy. Ao Long, Xiongya, and Xue Ling stared intently at Gui Che. Their gazes trembled. For a moment they were stunned. Ao Long, and Xue Ling knew that if they really fought, the foxes who'd borrowed the tigers weren't reliable. Who knew what kind of unforeseen event would occur? With just the three of them, they probably couldn't defeat Gui Che, the Fantasy Tiger King, the Savage Bear King, and Long Ju. Besides, if they fought one-on-one, they really couldn't guarantee that any one of them would be able to defeat Gui Che. And even if they could deal with Gui Che and the Fantasy Tiger King, there were still dragons, phoenixes, and the Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor on their side. Who knew if there were other experts hiding behind them? When the crane and the clam fought, the fishermen would reap the benefits. That was something they absolutely didn't want to do. They didn't want to help someone else. In fact, Xiongya, Xue Ling, and Ao Long didn't trust each other at all. They'd only banded together temporarily to resist the Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor. If you don't dare to fight, then get out of my way. Gui Che looked at Xiongya, Ao Long, and Xue Ling indifferently. His crimson eyes were sharp, and his face was expressionless. When he spoke, his voice was as sharp as a blade. Gui Che, don't be too arrogant. Xiongya looked at Gui Che with an unpleasant expression. However, he knew in his heart that Gui Che was definitely a ferocious existence. He was an existence that had never been defeated among his peers. Gui Che had defeated the dragons, Dragon 9, directly. Among his peers, there were very few who could be his match. So what if I'm arrogant? Do you dare to attack me? Whoever wants to die, come and try, Gui Che said coldly. His sharp voice reverberated in the ears of the surrounding beasts. A faint aura surged on his body, revealing his ruthlessness. No one dared to attack Gui Che. He was an existence that had defeated the dragons, Dragon 9. It was said that only the dragons, Dragon 9, had fought Gui Che before. In the end, Dragon 9 was unscathed. The others who had fought with the ghost chariot were either dead or severely injured. There were even rumors that Guiche had massacred several entire beast clans in a fit of rage. Terrifying strength and ferocious style. Such an existence was even more terrifying. No one dared to provoke such a ferocious existence. The surrounding atmosphere was awkward. Xiongye, Xueling, and Ao Long looked at each other. They didn't expect Guiche to be so unyielding. Originally, they thought that they could rely on the surrounding beasts to suppress Guiche and force him to submit. However, the three of them never expected that Guiche would dare to fight against all the beasts around without hesitation. He didn't take them seriously at all. It was rumored that Guiche was aloof and arrogant with a ferocious temper. He really lived up to his reputation, as expected of Guiche. Seeing Guiche taking charge alone and intimidating Xiongye, Ao Long, Xueling, and the surrounding beasts, Raging Bear King, Little Yingling, Phantom Tiger King, Little Falcon, and the others couldn't help but secretly praise him and feel ashamed of their inferiority. Guiche, don't be too arrogant. So what if you attack? A cold and sharp voice rang out. A scorching aura immediately swept out in all directions. A scarlet-red afterimage appeared in the air. It carried a scorching aura that distorted space as it shot towards the ghost chariot with lightning speed. Suddenly, someone attacked the ghost chariot, which was beyond many people's expectations. After a moment, the surrounding beasts regained their senses. While they were shocked, the fiery red figure had already appeared in front of Guiche like a ghost. Roar! A blazing claw print, like a dragon's claw, covered in runes, faintly emitted a dragon's roar. It seemed to be able to tear the void apart as it fiercely grabbed at Guiche's neck. Whoosh! The claw print tore the void apart. The blazing temperature, which was invisible to the naked eye, burned the distorted void inside the claw print into nothingness. That terrifying claw mark clasped Che Mo's neck in an instant. Chapter 1280. Unexpectedly, when the claw landed, Ghost Chariot's neck was crushed, but no blood flowed out. Instead, the blood slowly faded. So fast. An expert with good eyesight was shocked. Ghost Chariot's speed was so fast that he had escaped in an instant. Swish, the scorching claw crushed Ghost Chariot's neck, and the terrifying aura shattered Ghost Chariot's afterimage. The claw did not change, but it suddenly drew a moving arc in the void, and extended to the side like lightning. Just as the claw reached out to the side, the space in front of it suddenly distorted. A crimson rune light erupted like a bolt of lightning, and a fist suddenly blasted out. It was simple, direct, fierce, and ruthless. Boom! As Ghost Chariot's punch blasted out, monstrous waves rose around the distorted space, and the exploding blood-red runes flooded a large area of space, as if a bloody rain was falling, covering the sky and earth. Along with an extremely terrifying might, it abruptly rippled out. Bam! A claw and a punch collided, and a huge sonic boom erupted, shaking the surrounding space and exploding it. The fiery runes and blood-red runes flooded the air. Thud thud in the exploded space, two figures were pushed back almost at the same time. Chi la la, however, Ghost Chariot's body directly fell to the ground, and a powerful hidden force surged into his body, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. His feet scraped the ground, revealing a deep gully. In the end, he crashed into a huge rock, and the huge rock was instantly shattered into dust. Only then did he stabilize his body. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, Ghost Chariot's face was pale. His injuries had not recovered much in the past few days, and at this moment, he seemed to have suffered a great loss again. He looked up at the figure in the air who had been pushed back but had now stabilized, and his expression changed slightly. It was a young man in a fiery red battle robe, with an extraordinary temperament. He looked to be in his late 20s, and his aura faintly spread out. Runes flickered, and there seemed to be a fiery dragon faintly circling around his body. He was majestic and proud, and his aura made the surrounding beasts prostrate for no reason. Dragons, Dragon 7. Ghost Chariot raised his eyebrows, and his expression darkened. It's the dragons. It looks like Dragon 7. It's him. As the young man in scarlet-red clothes stepped out, everyone's hearts trembled. Then an uproar broke out. That was the aura of the dragons. It was someone from the dragon's side. Some beasts had seen him before and recognized him immediately. The seventh prince of the dragons. All the beasts in the surroundings trembled. Under that invisible dragon might, all of them were trembling with fear. Xueling, Ao Long, and Xiongya looked at each other, their eyes darkening. On the other hand, the fantasy Tiger King, violent Bear King, and the others' expressions became even more unsightly. Their faces were practically twisted together. It's getting more and more lively. Not far away, the zither demon Shangguan Qixian's handsome face didn't look any better. Chapter 1281. That's all you got. Dragon 7 stood in the air and looked at Ghost Chariot. He smiled coldly and his aura fluctuated. You can try again. Ghost Chariot raised his head and said those words without backing down. The light around him was like a blood rain, making people uncomfortable and their primordial spirit tremble. Ghost Chariot felt pressured facing Dragon 7, but he was not afraid. If it was not for his heavy injuries a few days ago, he would not have been at a disadvantage just now. Ghost Chariot, we are all beasts. Why do you have to stand up for a human? A faint voice was heard and many figures appeared in the sky. Auras descended and many ferocious beasts surrounded them. In the middle was a young man in a blue robe. His blue hair reached his shoulders and his eyes were vast. Dragon 8 gasps of surprise were heard and the ferocious beast's eyes were fluctuating violently again. Dragon 8 is here too. We are in big trouble now. Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ing Ing and the others looked extremely serious. They could not handle Dragon 7 alone. Now that Dragon 8 was here, they were in big trouble. Ghost Chariot looked at Dragon 8. He naturally knew the dragons and Dragon 8. Dragon 7 and Dragon 8. Both of them were descendants of pure-blooded dragons. The two of them were much bigger than Dragon 9, and they were much stronger. From Dragon 7's power, it wasn't hard for Ghost Car to know Dragon 8's power. Ghost Chariot knew that it was already difficult to deal with Dragon 7 in his current situation. Now that Dragon 8 was here, the situation could be imagined. What worried Ghost Chariot the most was the old man in his 50s behind Dragon 8. Dragon 8, I don't understand what you mean. Looking at Dragon 8, Ghost Chariot frowned slightly. However, he was not completely unaware of Dragon 8's words. He had already guessed some of it. I am surprised. I did not expect the nine-headed Phoenix clan's Ghost Chariot to listen to a human. It seems that the nine-headed Phoenix clan is not as good as before. Dragon 8 said. On his handsome face, there was an invisible chill in his smile. He looked at Ghost Chariot and asked, I think you know what I am talking about. It seems that the dragons are looking for Ghost Chariot. Hearing Dragon 8 and Ghost Chariot's words and feeling the tense atmosphere, the surrounding demon beast clan's Ghost Chariot. The dragon's Ghost Chariot's Ghost Chariot. Ghost Chariot's violent aura as he stared at Dragon 8. The Ghost Chariot's blood red Dragon 8. Dragon's Chariots. Ghost Chariot in the Tianhuang mainland. Dragon 9 the Dragon of the Dragon Nai at Tianhuang mainland. Dragon 7 was enraged. His blazing aura surged and the faint image of a fire dragon circling around him roared. Ghost Chariot's words were nothing more than rubbing salt on Dragon 9's wounds. Dragon 7, if I were at my peak, you wouldn't be able to touch me. Dragons might be able to scare others, but they're useless against me, said Ghost Chariot coldly. Even though he was facing off against the dragons, he didn't shrink back. He was still as ruthless and tyrannical as ever, as expected of Ghost Chariot. I'm ashamed of my inferiority, muttered the savage Bear King as he watched the Ghost Chariot's aura. As a famous king of the Beast region, He was thoroughly convinced by the ghost chariot's strength. The fantasy Tiger King didn't say anything, but judging from his expression, he was convinced of Ghost Chariot's strength as well. Enough, Ghost Chariot. I don't have time to bicker with you. You should know who I'm looking for. Dragon 8's face was gloomy. Cold light flickered in his eyes as he stared at the Ghost Chariot. His voice was gloomy as he said word by word, "Tell me where Du Xiaofu is, and this has nothing to do with you." Du Xiaofu? Is it the Demon King Du Xiaofu? It must be the Demon King. I heard the Demon King also came to the Heavenly Beast Tomb. Otherwise, where would Du Xiaofu come from? The dragons are looking for the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Could it be that Ghost Chariot and the Demon King Du Xiaofu are walking together? The surrounding beasts glanced at each other. Not many of them had ever seen the Demon King Du Xiaofu, but they were no strangers to the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Back on Tianhuang continent, news of Dragon 9's death had spread through the beast region for several years. The fact that the dragons hadn't gone to Kyushu to kill the Demon King Du Xiaofu had puzzled the entire beast region. Now that the Demon King Du Xiaofu had appeared in the Heavenly Beast Tomb, and Dragon 8 and Dragon 7 had come looking for him, everyone understood that the dragons had no intention of letting Du Xiaofu go. Not good. The dragons are looking for the Temple Master. The Illusion Tiger King, Little Ying, and the Savage Bear King finally understood that the dragons weren't looking for Ghost Chariot, but the Temple Master. The Illusion Tiger King, Savage Bear King, and the others had long since known about the dragons' enmity with the Temple Master. Now they knew that they were in deep trouble. Where he is none of my business. If you want to find him, you can find him yourself, said Ghost Chariot. It wasn't hard to understand. As soon as the battle servants came out, they would naturally talk about what had happened inside. Given Du Xiaofu's distinct characteristics and aura, the Demon King Du Xiaofu's presence naturally couldn't be hidden from those who were interested. Especially the dragons. It wasn't hard for them to guess that the Demon King Du Xiaofu was inside. Ghost Chariot knew about the enmity between the dragons and the Demon King Du Xiaofu. This time, the dragons would definitely not let it go. Ghost Chariot, I'll give you one last chance. Tell me where Du Xiaofu is. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. At that time, the entire nine-headed Phoenix clan will fall into eternal damnation because of you. Dragon 8's expression was completely gloomy. His vast eyes revealed a sinister look. I'm afraid that you, Dragon 8, won't be able to deal with the entire nine-headed Phoenix clan. Go ahead if you have the ability. Ghost Chariot's eyes were completely covered in red. The corners of his eyes slightly narrowed, and the corner of his mouth raised into a sinister smile. He was Ghost Chariot. He wasn't afraid of the dragons. No one could make him lower his head, not even the dragons. Ghost Chariot, you asked for it. Dragon 7 roared like thunder. The aura on his body surged, and the rune-fire dragon's shadow floating in the air roared like a living creature. Its roar shook the surroundings. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, the beastly roars were like thunder, and a few huge demonic beasts soared into the sky. There was a huge tiger, a huge bear, and a dragon that was hovering in midair. Their auras were terrifying. Although they weren't as terrifying as Long Chi's aura, they were still powerful enough to be the strongest among all the demonic beasts present. It's Violent Bear King, Spiritual Tiger King, and Long Ju. What are they trying to do? Some of the demonic beasts were shocked. The huge tiger, bear, and dragon were the Spiritual Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and Long Ju. Spiritual Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and Long Ju had revealed their true bodies. Their auras were ferocious, and they stirred up waves of air. The three of you, do you want to die with Ghost Chariot? Dragon 7 looked at the Violent Bear King, Spiritual Tiger King, and Long Ju's huge bodies with disdain in his eyes. It was obvious that he didn't care about the three of them. Dragons, don't go too far. If you want to fight, we'll keep you company. The Spiritual Tiger King growled. He bared his teeth and looked like he was about to pounce. The Fantasy Tiger King was wary of Dragon 8, Dragon 7, and the Dragon Clan, but he wasn't afraid of them. Now that he was with Ghost Chariot, and seeing how Ghost Chariot wasn't afraid of Dragon 8, he didn't want to be a coward anymore. The Demon Fire Fantasy Tiger Clan's bloodline was arrogant. Me too. This is the Beast region, not the Four Seas. Today I'll fight you to the death. As soon as Little Falcon spoke, the runes on his body surged. The space-rending Demon Blade Falcon's true body was activated. He immediately spread his wings and leapt out, letting out a sharp cry. His aura was extraordinary. Seeing the violent Bear King, Spiritual Tiger King, and Little Ing step out, Little Falcon didn't want to be a coward anymore. He knew he wasn't strong enough, but when he saw Ghost Chariot's domineering and unyielding attitude, Little Falcon was deeply shocked. Unfortunately, Long Chi did not even look at the Little Falcon when it leaped out. He only glanced at it indifferently as if he was looking at an ant. He said indifferently and disdainfully, "Complete Beast Supreme Realm. You can't even withstand a single blow. Useless." Little Falcon's sharp eyes were sullen. He had the courage to advance and retreat with Ghost Chariot, but he didn't expect Dragon 7 to look down on him. Dragon 7 didn't take him seriously at all. Ghost Chariot raised his head and looked at the Spiritual Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Long Ju, and Little Falcon. His scarlet eyes flickered. Roar! Roars rang out one after another. The Beast Kings following the Spiritual Tiger King and the Raging Bear King looked at each other. Seeing that even the space-rending demonic Blade Falcon was following them, they mustered up their courage and activated their true forms, planning to advance and retreat together. Ha 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 ha, it seems like there are some who aren't afraid of death. Even ants dare to be presumptuous in front of us, dragons. Long Chi opened his mouth and sneered. When he reached the end of his sentence, his red eyes turned gloomy. It was as if there were raging flames whistling out of them. His voice was extremely eerie as he said, "Looks like I have to let these ants understand what the dragon tribe is to you today." Roar! Just as Long Chi's last word fell, a roar came from his mouth. The illusory fire dragon that was floating around him also roared. In the void, a blazing dragon power surged, revealing the oppression of a sovereign. Roar! As the terrifying dragon's might descended from Long Chi's body, the surrounding beasts roared in a low voice. All of them were frightened by it. The terrifying dragon aura came from the bloodline and beast souls of the beasts. It was impossible for them to resist it. Roar! Little Falcon, Violent Bear King, Spiritual Tiger King, and the other followers trembled under the pressure. Their huge true bodies couldn't help but tremble. They couldn't resist the powerful dragon aura at all. Only Ghost Chariot, Illusionary Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Long Ju, Fierce Tooth, Xueling, Hui Long, and a few others were able to defend themselves. Just ants. Kill. Dragon 7's battle clothes fluttered as runes erupted. His voice was like a dragon's roar. He didn't move his body at all. With a thought, the fire rune dragon around him charged towards Little Falcon's huge space-rending demon blade falcon as if it was alive. It was obvious that Dragon 7 wanted to establish his dominance. He wanted to kill someone of similar strength in one move. However, Dragon 7 wasn't confident that he could kill the Spiritual Tiger King and Violent Bear King in one move. Chapter 1282. The illusory fire dragon roared as it pounced, but it carried true dragon might. With Little Falcon's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to withstand it. Just the true dragon might that swept over was enough to make Little Falcon so frightened that he could not move. His sharp eyes trembled, and despair poured out of him at that moment. At this moment, Little Falcon finally realized how big the gap between him and Long Chi was. It was an insurmountable gap. Now, he could not face the power of Long 7's thought. He was like an ant. "He won't die." A sharp voice resounded. A crimson figure appeared like a ghost in front of little falcon's sky-ripping demon blade falcon. It was Ghost Chariot. Screech! At that moment, everyone could feel a terrifying violent aura sweeping out from Ghost Chariot's body like a storm. There was a sharp screech in the energy storm. The aura of the primordial venerable beast, which was close to its peak, burst out without holding back. Whoosh! Ghost Chariot attacked. His crimson eyes were filled with coldness. A terrifying aura suddenly surged out. A claw print grabbed at the fire dragon shadow in front of him like lightning. Whoosh! The claw print was as fast as lightning. It twisted the void. There was a cunning sharpness in the violent aura. It tore the void and landed on the fire dragon's shadow in an instant. The crimson runes and the lightning collided. In the end, the huge fire dragon was crushed. Whoosh! However, at the same time, Long Seven's figure strangely appeared in front of Ghost Chariot. Ghost Chariot's eyes narrowed. There was a sense of uneasiness that surged out. He immediately retreated. Ghost Chariot, your 9-headed phoenix clan is no match for us dragons. As soon as he said that, Long Seven reached out in front of Ghost Chariot. A blazing flame rune exploded. It was accompanied by a terrifying energy ripple that spread out in a ring. A palm print that looked like it was covered in flames and carried the dragon might. It had already reached Ghost Chariot's chest at lightning speed. You're just a mixed-blood dragon at best. How dare you call yourselves dragons? A young voice spread out in a flash. It was not loud and still had a child's voice, but it was enough for the surrounding beasts to hear it clearly. Chi. Then, at that moment, a small figure appeared before Ghost Chariot. A small fist wrapped in golden light, crystal clear like red jade, clashed with Long Chi's palm print. Boom! When they collided, a muffled sound rang out in the air. It was as if thunder exploded, and large amounts of shattered symbols interweaved and swept outwards. Deng deng, as the dazzling runes shattered and scattered, the two of them, one big and one small, were pushed back at the same time, as if they were evenly matched. Deng deng, Long Chi's body was pushed back by more than 100 feet before he stabilized himself. He suddenly lifted his head and looked at the tiny figure who had suddenly interfered. It was a little girl who appeared to be 6 or 7 years old. Her tender face had a pair of eyes that did not match those of her age, and they emitted a kind of demonic aura. Ghost Chariot's expression changed as he looked at the little girl who had just retreated in front of him. He was not in a desperate situation from Long Chi's palm earlier, but he knew very well that he had been caught off guard. If he had collided with it, with his current injuries, he would most likely have suffered quite a serious injury. However, looking at the little girl, who had only taken a dozen steps back and did not seem to be affected at all, her strength was at least on par with him at his peak. Under such an unforeseen event, all the surrounding gazes looked over. Countless gazes fell on the little girl curiously. Swoosh swoosh. Dozens of shrunken demonic beasts shone like stars. In the next moment, they stood closely behind the little girl. The ferocious demonic beasts' auras were not below Raging Bear King and Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King. They looked at the little girl with respect and were wary of Long Chi and the others in front. It's the Divine Ape King, Fire Wrm King, Silver Blood Leopard King, Wind Cloud Eagle King, Three-Headed Lion King, and Violent Lightning Wolf King. The surrounding demonic beasts cried out in shock. The 6 ferocious demonic beasts behind the little girl were the Divine Ape King, Fire Wrm King, Silver Blood Leopard King, Wind Cloud Eagle King, Three-Headed Lion King, and Violent Lightning Wolf King. Because these 6 demonic beast kings were not of the younger generation, most people did not compare them to the Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King. However, looking at the 6 demonic beasts, none of them were weaker than the Raging Bear King or Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King. Especially the Divine Ape King. There were already rumors in the beast region that the Divine Ape King had long since become a Nirvana beast sovereign. She's the Purple Star Demon Dragon Empress. While the demonic beasts were stunned, some of them immediately recognized the little girl's identity. With the divine ape king and the other demonic beast kings by her side, only the purple star demon dragon empress, who had recently risen to prominence in the beast region, could be recognized. Not long ago, Hui Long and the other demonic beasts had confronted the purple star demon dragon empress. Many demonic beasts had seen it with their own eyes. Now they immediately recognized the little girl. The dragons also looked at the little girl. Their gazes were filled with shock, surprise, and complicated emotions. Long Chi's gaze swept over the divine ape king and the others. In the end, his gaze settled on the little girl. His scarlet eyes were filled with shock. The little girl's aura was unfathomably deep. The more he probed, the more his heart trembled. He'd never seen such an aura before. "You're that bastard flood dragon?" asked Long Chi. He knew the little girl's identity. The dragons had taken note of her, but in his heart, he didn't think the purple star demon dragon empress was a dragon. Only pure-blooded dragons and their descendants could become dragons. As for the other offshoots, in the eyes of pure-blooded dragons, they could only become flood dragons. "Bastard flood dragon, your grandmother! You dare to call yourself a dragon? You're the bastard flood dragon, your whole family are bastard flood dragons." The little girl's voice was filled with anger. The little girl's red dress was surrounded by star patterns. On her chubby face, there was a faint golden brilliance in the depths of her eyes. Her eyes were filled with anger. Long Chi's face was filled with rage. He'd attacked at the beginning, but he hadn't shown his power yet. He'd been contradicted repeatedly, his attack had been blocked, and even the little girl didn't put him in her eyes. Long Chi couldn't bear it any longer. Just when Long Chi was about to attack, Long Ba took a few steps forward. He looked at the little girl and said, "You're the purple star demon dragon empress, right? I was planning to look for you later, but since you've delivered yourself to me, I'll deal with you together. I'll deal with you dragons when the time comes. If you provoke me now, don't blame me for being impolite. Stay away from me." This was the little girl's reply to Long Ba. Her words were overbearing, and her aura made the incomparably powerful demonic beasts in the surroundings tremble. After that, the little girl didn't even look at Long Ba and Long Chi. She stepped forward and looked at the ghost chariot not far away. Her blue-black hair was tied into a ponytail, and there was a vertical rune mark between her eyebrows. She looked noble and evil. She said, "Where is the demon king Du Xiaofu?" Chapter 1283. Is the purple star demonic dragon emperor also looking for trouble with the demon king, Du Xiaofu? Seeing that the recently risen purple star demonic dragon emperor was also looking for the demon king, Du Xiaofu, the surrounding Yao beasts couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air for the demon king, Du Xiaofu. Even the demon king, Du Xiaofu, wouldn't be able to leave the heavenly beast tomb safely. Could it be that he's also looking for trouble with the temple master? The fantasy tiger king, savage bear king, Long Ju, little falcon, and the others exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were even larger than copper bells. Despair filled their eyes. Just how much trouble had the temple master provoked in the beast region? Everyone was looking for trouble with him. "I don't know where he is. If you want to find him, you can go look for him yourself," said Ghost Chariot. He didn't know why the purple star demonic dragon emperor had suddenly interfered, but he didn't intend to say anything. It seems things are getting more and more lively. On a distant mountain peak, Huang Ling gazed into the distance, a faint smile on her face. Fourth Princess, the dragons, the purple star demonic dragon emperor, Xiongya, Xueling, and Ao Long have all interfered. Shouldn't we also show ourselves? Asked a middle-aged man behind Huang Ling. Runes flashed in his eyes. Huang Ling gazed into the distance and shook her head. She arched a brow and said, "They're all looking for the demon king. We won't interfere. Let's just watch." The middle-aged man seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. Looking at Huang Ling's back, he hesitated. In the end, he fell silent. Up in the air, the little girl gazed at Ghost Chariot. Her rosy, tender lips pursed. She was about to speak. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of space trembling rang out. Everyone looked up and saw that the space above the heavenly beast palace's exit had begun to ripple. As space trembled, the faint roars of 10,000 beasts could be heard. After which, a dazzling light surged out from the spatial exit in front of everyone's eyes. After which, it slowly disappeared, and a figure quietly appeared in the sky. The person who appeared in the air was a young man who looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. He was dressed in a purple robe, and his long black hair was draped over his shoulders. His face was resolute and handsome, and his eyes were especially clear and calm. When one looked at him, one would think that he was the little brother next door. As the purple-robed young man walked out, the space ripples behind him slowly disappeared. The space within the heavenly beast hall became blurry. One could vaguely see the enormous heavenly beast hall within the space. Not a single trace of it could be seen. In the end, the space also slowly dissipated and completely disappeared. The purple-robed young man was naturally Du Xiaofu, who had walked out from the heavenly beast hall. The huge heavenly beast hall had already been recognized as its master and had been stored in the Dantian Spirit Watchtower. Even the skeletons of the ancient viper and the other 3 snake clan kings had all been stored away. However, at this moment, when Du Xiaofu's figure clearly appeared in the space above, it caused everyone's expression to change. The main character is finally here. On the mountain peak in the distance, Huang Ling smiled. Her smile was so beautiful that it could topple cities. It bloomed on the mountain peak, but no one was fated to see it. Luan Jian looked at the purple-robed young man in the air in front of him with lingering fear in his heart. He said, "Fourth Princess, it's that person." He also asked me to pass on a message to Fourth Princess, saying that he has already repaid the favor he owed you. That guy is interesting. He really won't take any losses. Huang Ling smiled faintly and said to Luan Jian, "You were able to take out a secret bone, and he didn't kill anyone. That means that he has already repaid the favor he owes me. Looks like your life isn't cheap. It has already repaid the favor he owes me." Luan Jian raised his eyes and looked at the purple-robed young man in the distance. He asked Huang Ling, "May I ask, Fourth Princess, who exactly is that person?" "The person who killed Dragon 9. Huang Ling's body rippled with a faint 7-colored light. Her graceful figure was alluring as she said softly, "Demon King Du Xiaofu." Hearing this, Luan Jian's eyes suddenly trembled. "Palace Master." At the same time, when the purple-robed figure appeared clearly, Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ing, Little Falcon, and the others were stunned. Then, they were immediately overjoyed. Under such circumstances, the few of them were already at their wits' end, and could only fight to the death. They clearly knew that fighting to the death would not be of any use. However, at this moment, when they suddenly saw the purple-robed young man appear, how could they not be overjoyed? They were well aware of the palace master's strength. Gui Chei's expression did not change much as he looked at Du Xiaofu. However, the ruthless aura and scarlet blood light in his scarlet blood eyes had weakened a little. Demon King Du Xiaofu. He is the Demon King Du Xiaofu. I've seen him before. That guy is the Demon King Du Xiaofu who killed Dragon 9. Among the surrounding demonic beasts there was a commotion. Their surprised voices echoed in the void. He is the Demon King Du Xiaofu who killed Dragon 9? So he is the Demon King Du Xiaofu. He doesn't look like much. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Look at him. Does he really have the strength to kill Dragon 9? Almost all the disputes just now revolved around the Demon King Du Xiaofu. The dragons were still looking for the Demon King Du Xiaofu. They did not expect the main character to appear. In an instant, the entire void was in an uproar. When the divine ape king and the others heard the commotion around them, they turned to look at the purple-robed young man. The ape god king and the others were in the minority, but they already knew about the relationship between the demon king Du Xiaofu and the purple star demonic dragon emperor. Looking at the purple-robed youth and thinking about the relationship between him and the purple star demonic dragon emperor, the ape god king and the others were all surprised. Didn't they say that the demon king Du Xiaofu was a human? How could he be the father of the purple star demonic dragon emperor? Not to mention that the demon king Du Xiaofu was still so young. It seems to be a little lively. Du Xiaofu kept the heavenly beast hall. The moment he stepped out of the void, he could feel that the atmosphere was a little off. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw that the spiritual tiger king, wild bear king, little falcon, little Ing, and the others were all in their true forms. Sensing the auras of the spiritual tiger king, phantom chariot, and the others, as well as the auras around them, he had a rough idea of what was going on. Before Du Xiaofu could finish his sentence, a small figure suddenly pounced towards him at lightning speed. A clear and childish voice was heard, and soon after, it was filled with joy. "Daddy!" Before Du Xiaofu could finish his words, he heard that familiar childish voice. Instantly, his face was filled with joy. Little Xingxing. How could Du Xiaofu not know who that familiar voice belonged to? Apart from little Xingxing, there was naturally no one else. He opened his arms and immediately hugged the little body that was pouncing on him tightly. "Daddy, I've missed you so much. I was so worried. I knew you'd be fine." Her small face leaned against Du Xiaofu's neck and rubbed against it. Her small arms were tightly wrapped around Du Xiaofu's neck, as if she was afraid that the person in front of her would disappear again. This little girl was naturally the little Xingxing that Du Xiaofu had been searching for. Hugging her, Du Xiaofu heaved a sigh of relief. "I've missed you too. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. I was so worried. If I couldn't find you, your mummy was going to flip out at me." "That's right, Daddy. Where's Mummy?" The moment little Xingxing heard this, she raised her head and looked around Du Xiaofu. However, she did not see that familiar figure, and could not help but worry. "She'll be fine. Better than anyone else." Du Xiaofu looked at little Xingxing and carefully examined her. She was in perfect condition and looked exactly the same as before. However, the invisible aura that was faintly emitted from her body was many times stronger than when she was in the central plains. Daddy, Mummy, and now, looking at the purple star demonic dragon emperor and the demon king Du Xiaofu, the countless demon beasts in the surroundings were completely stunned. Their ferocious eyes and ferocious faces became extremely shocked and complicated. Purple star demonic dragon emperor, demon king Du Xiaofu. Just what is the relationship between them? All the demon beasts were stunned. The demon king Du Xiaofu seemed to be the terrifying purple star demonic dragon emperor's father. Wasn't that Du Xiaofu a human? Just what was going on? No one could understand. Who can tell me what's going on? The fantasy tiger king, violent bear king, little Ing, and little falcon were absolutely no less shocked than anyone else. In fact, they were even more shocked and surprised. Chapter 1284. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Long Qi, Long 8 and the others were shocked. Not far away, Xiongya, Xueling, and Ao Long were also shocked. On the mountain peak in the distance, Huang Ling Er's beautiful face also had a strange light in her eyes. "I heard that you were in the heavenly beast tomb, but I couldn't find you anywhere. You scared me to death." Little Xingxing looked at Du Xiaofu and held his familiar face with both hands. After making sure that he wasn't missing anything, a smile bloomed on his chubby and childish face. "Your mother and I were also looking for you. If we couldn't find you, your mother would have attacked me," Du Xiaofu said with a wry smile after he relaxed. "Mother looks cold, but she's not fierce," little Xingxing said with a smile, his eyes glowing with a strange light. "She's not fierce. That woman is vicious and merciless," Du Xiaofu muttered. He was very clear about that woman's methods. What's going on? They're a bunch of father and daughter. The Ape God King, Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ing, Little Falcon, and the others had no choice but to accept the reality in front of them. This was especially true for the Ape Divine King and the others. They were well aware of the strength and ferocity of the Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor. However, they had never seen the ferocious little demon king with such a childish side. The Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor was actually so obedient in front of the legendary demon king Du Xiaofu. So you're Du Xiaofu? A gloomy voice sounded. Long Qi's gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu. Coldness gushed out from the depths of his eyes. He said, "Surrender and follow me back to the dragons. The main character is finally here." When Draconic Seven's voice was heard, the surrounding beasts also regained their senses. The Demon King Du Xiaofu and the dragons had appeared. A huge battle was unavoidable. Little Xingxing sat on Du Xiaofu's arm. He raised his head and glanced at Du Xiaofu. Then, he said to Du Xiaofu seriously, "Father, those mixed-blood dragons are very annoying. However, there is an old one whose strength should be similar to Mother's. Is Mother here? Otherwise, we can take care of the rest." Du Xiaofu frowned. His eyes swept across the scarlet-clothed young man and the blue-robed young man in front of him. Finally, his eyes landed on an old man beside the two of them. His eyebrows also furrowed slightly. It wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to sense that the old man's cultivation was much stronger than the scarlet-clothed young man and the blue-robed young man. The old man's aura was clearly that of the dragons. His cultivation was also at the beast realm. Even if his cultivation was suppressed in the heavenly beast tomb, he was still at the half-domain realm. It would be very troublesome to deal with him. "Hall Master, that's Long Qi and Long Qi of the dragons. They're Dragon Nine's two older brothers," the Fantasy Tiger King whispered from behind Du Xiaofu. He specially reminded him that Long Qi and Long Qi were Dragon Nine's older brothers. It seems like the dragons also value the heavenly beast tomb highly. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself as he looked at the group of dragons. The dragons had sent Long Qi and Long Qi, two pure-blooded dragons, along with a beast realm cultivator. Aside from their intention to protect Long Qi and Long Qi, they also had high hopes for the heavenly beast tomb. While Du Xiaofu was sizing them up, Long Qi looked at Du Xiaofu. His blazing aura fluctuated slightly. Soon after, a sinister sneer appeared on his cold face. "Du Xiaofu, if you don't obediently surrender, then I'll have no choice but to take action. I'm very willing to see you not obediently surrender." Long Qi took 2 steps forward. His blazing aura fluctuated as he released an invisible dragon's aura. The nearby beast herds trembled and retreated. Firstly, they couldn't resist the dragon's aura. Secondly, they were afraid that if Long Qi and the Demon King Du Xiaofu fought, they would suffer an unexpected calamity. Du Xiaofu looked at Long Qi and gently placed Little Xingxing down. He held Little Xingxing in his hand and looked at the elder behind him. He smiled faintly and said, "How many people does the dragon tribe want to send? 1, 2, 3, or all of you? Trying to goad me? Unfortunately, it's useless. Do you think I alone won't be enough to deal with you?" Long Qi smiled coldly. He knew very well that the brat was trying to goad him. However, with the noble bloodline of dragons, such goading was beneath their dignity. In Long Qi's heart, he had enough information to trample on an insignificant human. In the past, many Kyushu's younger generation of the human tribe were famous. However, in the end, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. "Of course, you alone won't be enough. You'd better come together to avoid wasting time." Du Xiaofu shook his head at Long Qi and said faintly, "Father, I should be able to deal with one of them. The old one is very strong." Little Star tugged at Du Xiaofu's sleeve tightly. She knew that the dragons were very strong, and she was afraid that her godfather wouldn't be able to deal with 3 of them. Little Star knew that Du Xiaofu was very strong. However, she wasn't sure how much progress Du Xiaofu had made during this period of time. Long Qi, Long Qi, Long Qi, Long Qi and the old dragon were definitely extremely terrifying. No need. We'll play it by ear. Du Xiaofu said softly and gave Little Star a look. Insignificant human, you're quite arrogant. You should be responsible for your actions. I've already let you live for a long time. Long Qi raised his brows. The runes in his eyes became more and more dazzling. The corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile as a majestic aura swept out. Looking at Long Qi, Du Xiaofu's eyes also flashed with a trace of coldness. Long Qi's cultivation was very strong and Long Qi shouldn't be much weaker. However, Du Xiaofu really didn't care if the two of them wanted to take him down. He was afraid that Long Qi was too naive. The one that Du Xiaofu was truly afraid of was the old dragons who hadn't spoken. The Beast Domain Realm's cultivation was suppressed in the Heavenly Beast Tomb, but it was still half a Beast Domain Realm. Moreover, it was half a Beast Domain Realm expert. His strength was the most terrifying. If the three of them joined forces, Du Xiaofu knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with them. Gui Che was injured, the Illusion Tiger King and the others wouldn't be able to contend against him, and Little Star didn't know if he could stop even one of them. The most difficult one to deal with was still the old Beast Domain Realm Dragon. Du Xiaofu was most worried that the Illusion Tiger King, Little Falcon, Violent Bear King, and the others would be caught in the crossfire. Little Star seemed to have a few followers behind him, and their cultivation wasn't any weaker than the Illusion Tiger King. However, Long Qi and Long Qi also had quite a few experts from the beast race following them. I once knew someone from your dragons. He was indeed very strong. Whether it was cultivation, strength, or arrogance, there weren't many who could match him, just like you. Deep in thought, Du Xiaofu looked at Long Qi and sighed. That demon king, Du Xiaofu, actually has someone he admires from the dragons. I wonder who it is? Du Xiaofu's sigh made the surrounding Yao beasts curious. They hadn't thought that the demon king, Du Xiaofu, who had killed Dragon 9, would have someone he admired from the dragons. On a distant mountain peak, Huang Ling Er's eyes rippled. She was also curious. Who? Long Qi couldn't help but ask Du Xiaofu curiously. Du Xiaofu looked at Long Qi and said, He's as arrogant as you, thinking that he's very strong. I don't know where he got his confidence from. His name is Dragon 9. He's been dead for a few years. I've even dug out his bones. The grass on his grave should have grown long by now. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the surrounding Yao beasts were dumbfounded. Their expressions changed drastically. The demon king Du Xiaofu wasn't someone who admired the dragons. He was just mocking Long Qi, saying that he didn't know how he would die. This, in the distance, Huang Linger also helplessly smiled on her beautiful face. Ha 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 ha! Behind Du Xiaofu, Spiritual Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ing, Little Falcon, and even the Divine Ape King couldn't help but laugh. Only Dragon 8, the Elder Dragon, and the others looked gloomy. Kid, you're courting death. Long Qi was enraged. Blazing energy burst out from his body, and a powerful dragon aura swept out. Those Yao beasts who weren't strong enough were suppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. Du Xiaofu squinted his eyes and took a few steps away from Little Xingxing. He stretched out his palm from under his purple robe, and there was a faint golden light in his eyes. Die! Long Qi's figure had already disappeared from where he was and turned into a blurry red figure. Blazing energy and strong wind fluctuated. He was as fast as lightning and instantly pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1285. Long Qi has made his move. Will the Demon King Du Xiaofu be his match? Although Long Qi's sudden attack was within everyone's expectations, and the dragons would definitely not let the Demon King Du Xiaofu off, it still shocked all the beasts. Qi! In an instant, all the beasts realized that the blurry afterimage had appeared less than 3 feet away from the Demon King Du Xiaofu. That blazing aura and the terrifying might of a dragon were unleashed along with a fiery palm print. Roar! Long Chi's palm print expanded with the wind and instantly became several feet in size. There was a faint shadow of a fire dragon roaring and enveloping Du Xiaofu. Its terrifying aura was enough to destroy everything. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and a cold look flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, golden light surged in his eyes, sharp and frightening. The golden light wrapped around his body, and a domineering and fierce aura swept out from his body in an instant. As he shook his arm, a fist wrapped in golden light blasted out. Roar! When this fist was thrown out, the faint cry of a divine elephant and the roar of a dragon could be heard. Its aura was definitely not inferior to the former's. This was Du Xiaofu's domineering way of the fist, which he had comprehended from the ancient stone tablet outside the Du family residence. The golden fist suddenly collided with the fire dragon shadow's palm print, and a shocking amount of energy swept out. Rumble! This collision caused an explosion in a flash of lightning. The terrifying air waves and runes stirred up the surrounding space like stormy waves. Dang dang! Under everyone's gaze, as the explosion spread, Long Chi's body was continuously pushed back. His eyes were filled with shock, and the arm that he had just thrown out was placed behind his back. It was red and swollen, and he was in intense pain. At this moment, Long Ba and the old man with the dragons were also moved. Their gazes instantly changed. Du Xiaofu simply took a step back, his eyes filled with coldness. Just as Long Chi was retreating, a vast and overbearing aura spread out. The golden light was dazzling. Du Xiaofu executed the freedom steps and he was like a ghost. In an instant, he chased after Long Chi. Long Chi was definitely not a weakling. When he saw Du Xiaofu's figure rushing over in a panic, his red eyes became extremely dark and cold. After letting out a deep cry from his throat, the seal formed by his hands changed and his body, which was being forced back, came to a halt. Boom! Then, Long Chi's body didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward. His fist was wrapped in flames. His aura was shocking and it distorted the void. The blazing flame fist then tore through the space like lightning and blasted towards Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows when he saw Long Chi hurriedly throw out a punch. He was quite surprised, but he did not panic. It was as though he already knew what was going to happen. Rock golden wings. Suddenly, an overbearing golden light appeared behind Du Xiaofu's back. A pair of golden light wings swept out like the sun and his left wing protected his front. Clang! The fist that was wrapped in flames from the dragon might landed heavily on Du Xiaofu's chest. However, it was blocked by the golden wings in front of Du Xiaofu's body. Immediately, there was a crisp sound of metal clashing. At that moment, sparks flew out like fireworks. Behind the gorgeous scene was destruction. At that moment, if an ordinary chaotic element martial honorable were to take the blow, he would be smashed into pieces. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't an ordinary chaotic element martial honorable. Not to mention the protection of the rock golden wings, Du Xiaofu also had the crazy indestructible Xian body. The crazy golden-winged rock's cultivation technique had also reached the third level of the conjoined body technique. Two crazy defensive bodies in addition to the protection of the rock golden wings. Such a defense was simply the best of the best. It could be said that it was the best of the best. With a violent punch, Du Xiaofu's body retreated slightly and was completely blocked. Then, in the blink of an eye, he stretched out his hand and formed a handprint with lightning speed. The Xian Qi in his body was like a torrential flood. It followed the handprint and instantly formed a golden handprint in front of his palm. The golden handprint was dazzling. It was like a bright golden color. It contained the ultimacy of heaven and earth and the mystery of yin and yang. A strong energy pressure spread out from it. Xiaoyang seal. Du Xiaofu roared. The handprint cut across the sky overbearingly. In a flash, it landed on the chest of Long Chi, who couldn't retreat in time. Long Qi's gaze changed drastically when he saw Du Xiaofu's rock golden wings. He seemed to have felt something and retreated quickly. However, it was too late. Before Du Xiaofu's handprint, a thick red dragon scale covered his chest. Hence, Du Xiaofu's Xiaoyang seal collided with the dragon scale on Long Qi's chest under the watchful eyes of the crowd. An earth-shattering sound of energy suddenly resounded in the sky. Bang! Such an earth-shattering collision caused a shockwave to surge. The rune on the dragon scale on Long Qi's chest only lasted for a moment before it was destroyed. Crack, crack, then, the thick dragon scale cracked. The surrounding rune energy ripples swept out like a stormy sea. Humph! Then, under countless astonished gazes, Long Qi let out a groan from his throat. His body suddenly shot out as he retreated. In the end, he landed on the ground, causing a crack to appear on the ground. Puff! The crimson dragon scales on his chest cracked, and it took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. Dragon 7's face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. Then, he immediately raised his head and looked at the golden figure in the sky in shock. He trembled. In the sky, the wings on Du Xiaofu's back spread out. There was a burst of golden light, and it carried the pressure of the golden rock. It was not inferior to Long Qi's dragon power. Roar! Under the pressure of the golden rock, the surrounding demonic beasts growled and trembled uneasily. That is the pressure of the golden rock. The demon king Du Xiaofu is a human. Why does he have such an aura? It also seems to come from the golden rock wings on his back. The demon king Du Xiaofu has merged with the wings of the golden rock. That doesn't seem to be the case. The aura doesn't just come from the golden rock wings. The demon king Du Xiaofu might be from the Golden Rock clan. Long Qi is injured. It's only been 2 moves. How can the demon king Du Xiaofu's body be so strong? Is he even human? Impossible. How can a puny human have a body stronger than the dragon's? The demon king Du Xiaofu lives up to his name. How can he be so terrifying? Under the pressure of the golden rock, there were many demonic beasts with good eyesight who saw some clues. Especially when they saw the dignified Long Qi injured in 2 moves. The surrounding demonic beasts couldn't help but discuss in shock. They were terrified. The Golden Rock Dragon 8, the elder from the Dragon clan who looked to be in his 50s, couldn't help but twitch his eyes. He was shocked by Du Xiaofu's strength and the aura of the golden-winged Great Rock. The Dragon clan and the golden-winged Great Rock clan were mortal enemies. The Palace Master is getting stronger. Spiritual Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ying, Little Falcon, and the others were shocked but also delighted. Dragons, you're just SOSO. Du Xiaofu looked directly at Long Qi and said indifferently. The golden rock wings behind his back shone brightly. It was as if the rock was spreading its wings and soaring through the 9 heavens. Its power was definitely not below the dragon aura. Long Qi stared at Du Xiaofu gloomily. He didn't manage to take care of Du Xiaofu in 2 moves. Instead, he was injured. As a dragon, he couldn't stand such ridicule. A chill shot out from his flaming eyes and a vast and mighty pressure spread out. In an instant, a blazing aura surged and flames burned. The scorching temperature evaporated the void, as if it was going to burn the space clean. Long Qi finally activated his original body. His body kept expanding, and the flames around him turned into a vortex. A red flaming dragon that was thousands of feet long rushed out and hovered in the sky. Roar! The dragon roared in the 9 heavens and the sound waves rolled out, causing the demonic beasts around to tremble and the human meridian spirits to prostrate themselves. Under the dragon aura, everyone trembled. The flaming dragon's scales shone brightly and 5 claws grew from its abdomen. Its power soared to the heavens. Long Qi's original body was a pure-blooded descendant of a genuine dragon. It was not something that any mixed-blood dragons could compare to. The aura of the primordial beast sovereign swept out from Long Qi's body without reservation. The flaming storm spread out and formed a sea of fire in the sky. Long Qi, who was at the peak of the primordial beast sovereign, had the body of a pure-blooded descendant of a dragon. An ordinary nirvana martial venerable wouldn't dare to touch him. A primordial martial venerable of the same level wouldn't be able to resist him at all. The bloodline of the dragons was enough to prove everything. It was rumored that in the ancient times, before the human race flourished, only the beasts ran rampant in the world. The Kirans, dragons, and phoenixes reigned supreme. The green dragon was the king of scales, the phoenix was the king of birds, and the Kirans were the king of beasts. All of them had shocked the past and present. Since ancient times, they had left behind countless legends. Although the human race had flourished, the dragons and phoenixes had retreated to the four seas and Mount Wudong. The Kirans had also disappeared in the river of time. Occasionally, the younger generation of the dragons and phoenixes would emerge from the four seas and Mount Wudong. They would be able to dominate their peers, and no one in their generation could defeat them. The original body of the dragons can't be resisted by humans of the same level. Looking at Long Qi's original body, the surrounding beasts prostrated themselves before his terrifying power. The palace master is also a primordial martial venerable. I wonder if he can resist Long Qi's original body. Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Ferocious Bear King, Little Falcon, and the others who had faith in Du Xiaofu couldn't help but worry when they saw Long Qi's original body. Ape Deity King Guiche and the others looked at the sky. The power of the flaming dragon was the real dragon's power. Even their poison would be affected by it. Little Xingxing lifted his head slightly and looked at Long Qi's huge body in midair. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. Long Qi's flaming dragon body had a pair of dragon eyes that were as deep as a black hole. The flames were bright and the runes on the dragon's scales all over his body were bursting with flames. The intense heat was enough to burn one's primordial spirit and cause one's skin to burn. Du Xiaofu, you are indeed extraordinary to be able to force me to use my original body. However, everything is about to end now. The dragon's roar reverberated in all directions. The sound waves were enough to make all beasts tremble. The huge flaming dragon body traversed the void and a terrifying heat wave surged in all directions. It was like a flaming waterfall that connected the heavens and the earth. PSSSD. In the next instant, the dragon claws under the flaming dragon's abdomen tore through the void. A huge dragon claw extended out from the flaming waterfall and tore towards Du Xiaofu. Under the dragon claw, the space in its path crumbled and destroyed everything. It was as fast as lightning. Chapter 1286. Roar! Du Xiaofu moved. With a wave of his hand, purple gold light filled the sky and the purple gold heavenly tower appeared in his hand. It had a natural curve and looked like a dragon. It was like a phoenix facing the sun. It was like a divine tortoise. Faint shadows of the green dragon, white tiger, phoenix, black tortoise, and black tortoise circled around. Overbearing sword path. In a flash, Du Xiaofu swung the purple gold heavenly tower. It was as if it could split a mountain. There was nothing fancy about it. At that moment, Du Xiaofu no longer held back his chaotic element martial honorable cultivation. It swept out like a storm and golden light filled the sky. Then, a sword swept across the sky. Wherever the purple gold sword light passed, the space collapsed, revealing a vacuum. Boom! A domineering pressure that caused one to tremble violently emanated from the purple gold sword glow, causing the entire space to tremble violently. A terrifying sword essence swept across the sky. The overbearing sword aura made one's hair stand on end. At that moment, on a distant mountain peak, behind Huang Ling Luan Jian's eyes quivered as if he had been electrocuted. His body began to tremble. What a terrifying sword essence! As an expert in swordsmanship, Luan Jian knew very well how terrifying that sword essence was. Luan Jian had always been confident in his swordsmanship. However, when he felt that terrifying sword, his confidence began to waver. Guiche, Can the palace master withstand Long Chi's real body? Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King asked Gui Che, who was not far from him, nervously. Gui Che had fought with the palace master and Long Chi before. He should know their strength best. I don't know. The palace master should not be defeated. Gui Che raised his eyebrows and replied to Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King. Gui Che had fought with Long Chi and Du Xiaofu before. However, he knew how strong Long Chi's real body was. Hence, he could not be sure. However, Gui Che knew very well that the Demon King Du Xiaofu would not be defeated, as the Demon King had been able to trample him when he had been an extraordinary martial venerate. Later on, the Demon King broke through to become a true primordial chaos martial venerable. His aura was even stronger than that of an ordinary nirvana martial venerable. Coupled with his freakish methods, he was not at a disadvantage. In an instant, the purple-gold sword light tore through space and collided with the claw that tore through space. Under the dragon's claws, space was torn apart, and the might of the dragon was unleashed, blotting out the sky. The purple-gold sword light tore through the void and struck the dragon claw. Chi-La, when the sword light and the claw print collided, there was no loud sound of energy. Only the terrifying sword light and the blazing flames turned into runic energy ripples that swept out like a tsunami in the surrounding void. Walala, however, the stalemate did not last long. Countless sword lights and flaming runes flew in all directions. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, Demon King Du Xiaofu's purplish-gold sword gleam cut off the dragon claw that Long Chi's main body had stretched out with irresistible force. Roar! A sorrowful dragon roar reverberated in the sky. Long Chi roared and his huge dragon claw fell to the ground. Dragon blood splattered everywhere. When the sword slashed down on the dragon claw, the surroundings suddenly trembled. That was Long Chi. In his real body, Long Chi thought that the Demon King Du Xiaofu was unrivaled. Who would have thought that Du Xiaofu would cut off his dragon claw with just one slash? At that moment, Gui Che's blood-red eyes fluctuated violently. Gui Che originally thought that the Demon King would not be at a disadvantage. After all, Long Chi was definitely powerful. He did not expect the Demon King to cut off Long Chi's dragon claw with just one slash. How domineering and powerful was that? After cutting off Long Chi's dragon claw, Du Xiaofu did not stop. The golden rock wings on his back expanded and burst out with golden light. At the same time, he waved his left hand and bent his 5 fingers. The golden runes on his fingertips flickered and a claw print appeared. Boom! When the claw print appeared, golden light suddenly burst out as though it was going to tear the space apart. The dazzling runes raged like golden lightning. It was as though there was a golden-winged rock that was going to fly out and soar to the 9 heavens. At that moment, an extremely domineering aura burst out from Du Xiaofu's body. Such domineering and fierce aura could only exist in the demon beast sovereigns. That is definitely the real golden-winged rock clan. Under the claw print, the surrounding beasts all felt a shiver in their veins and souls. It was as though they were facing a demon beast. Their soul and veins were shivering at the same time. Rock's chaos-shattering claw. Du Xiaofu roared. Taking advantage of his opponent's weakness had always been Du Xiaofu's character. Golden light burst out from the claw print, and it was as though there were countless golden lightning snakes that swept out. With an extremely domineering stance, he clawed at Long Chi ferociously. Legend had it that in ancient times, the sharp claws of the golden-winged rock could tear dragons apart. It could be said that it was the nemesis of dragons. At that moment, Du Xiaofu carried the will of the golden-winged rock, and it was as though the real golden-winged rock had descended. Roar! Long Chi's body roared, and the dragon's roar was continuous. It could destroy the beast souls of the beasts, and it caused many of the surrounding beasts to be in pain. Although Long Chi was severely injured by the claw, he didn't lose his combat power. His dragon body rolled and the flames burned fiercely. His dragon eyes were like a sea of fire as he looked down at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with hatred and he was filled with killing intent. The dragon's power spread and tore the sky apart. Runes appeared on Long Qi's dragon body in the sea of fire. His dragon scales started to shoot out mysterious flame runes, and they formed a mysterious object in the air. They channeled the energy of heaven and earth and froze the space. Swish! Du Xiaofu's rock chaos shattering claw swept out and tore the sea of fire apart. It had already spread to Long Qi's huge dragon body. Boom! However, at that moment, the sky around Long Qi suddenly trembled. A mysterious flame rune spread out from Long Qi's body. It was as though the sky above the heavenly beast tomb was covered by a mysterious flame rune. It was faintly connected and a chaotic mist spread out. In the next moment, a gigantic dragon shadow that was over 10,000 feet long appeared before everyone's eyes. It was accompanied by a terrifying dragon's might that directly destroyed Du Xiaofu's great rock chaos shattering claw. The incomparably terrifying dragon's might swept out like a storm. Swish! Under the terrifying dragon's power, Du Xiaofu had no choice but to retreat. He didn't dare to take it head-on. He lifted his head slightly and saw that Long Qi had already summoned a huge fire dragon shadow in front of him. The huge fire dragon shadow covered the sky and it was thousands of feet long. The terrifying power that was faintly emitted from it caused countless beasts to tremble. At that moment, even the divine Ape King, spiritual Tiger King, Raging Bear King and the others couldn't withstand the dragon's power and were trembling. Some of the weaker beasts looked at the terrifying fire dragon that was thousands of feet long in the sky. The blood in their bodies froze and their beast souls trembled. Some of the beasts spat out mouthfuls of blood. One of the great powers of the dragons, Coiling Dragon Massacre. Du Xiaofu retreated. His golden eyes rippled as he looked at the huge fire dragon shadow in front of him. Back when he was in Tianhuang mainland, he had seen Dragon 9's Coiling Dragon Massacre. Although it was slightly different, it wasn't that different. Roar! Long Qi roared and the huge fire dragon shadow that was thousands of feet long followed suit. An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. Then, the huge dragon shadow merged with Long Qi's body and charged towards Du Xiaofu with a terrifying aura that covered the sky. Whoosh! The huge dragon shadow that was thousands of feet long swept down. The dragon tail swayed and the dragon claws danced. Compared to Dragon 9's Coiling Dragon Massacre on Tianhuang mainland, its power was more than 100 times stronger. Everywhere it passed, the space suddenly exploded. The huge body that was thousands of feet long was majestic and magnificent. It twisted the sky and caused a large area of space to be twisted and solidified. It also enveloped Du Xiaofu. Just the blazing aura on the fire dragon's body was enough to destroy everything in the area. In countless mountains, towering trees withered and burned. The rocks turned dark red from the heat. White fog evaporated in the void. The temperature was like that of a furnace. "Kid, you'll have to pay the price." Draconic 7 roared in anger. His gigantic flaming dragon body was like a blazing sun. Resplendent flaming talisman runes expanded outwards. His power caused the distorted space around him to crack. He tightly wrapped around Du Xiaofu. That terrifying power was enough to destroy everything and kill all living beings. Chapter 1287. The Dragon's Forbidden Superpower. Can the Demon King Du Xiaofu resist it? Everyone was shocked. Some of the demonic beasts retreated in a hurry. The scene was chaotic. The terrifying power was too strong. Rumble, the 1,000-foot giant dragon shadow entrenched itself in the surroundings. Du Xiaofu's body was crushed within it. An unimaginably terrifying pressure accompanied the murderous calamity. The power of the heavens and earth moved, causing the golden runes on the golden rock wings behind Du Xiaofu to be destroyed. Very strong. Extremely strong. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. Long Qi had activated the superpower of the dragons. An ordinary nirvana martial honorable would not be able to resist it. Du Xiaofu even felt that if he had not recently broken through to become a real chaotic element martial honorable, he would not have been able to resist Long Qi's superpower. Under the immense crushing force, his body was about to be crushed to pieces. Puny human, you will not be able to resist me, the dragons. The gigantic fire dragon roared in the air. Its power and visual impact were indescribable. Is that so? But I don't think so. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, he stomped his foot on the ground and shattered the void. An overbearing and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body like a flash flood. In the next instant, a golden light shot up to the sky from the golden rock wings behind Du Xiaofu. The golden runes were dazzling. The bright golden light shot up to the sky like a rising sun. It was as if a golden-winged rock was about to fly out from it. At that moment, Du Xiaofu's body seemed to have transformed into a real golden-winged rock. Boom! An overbearing and fierce aura swept out from Du Xiaofu's body. He flapped his wings and a bright light filled the air. It swept across the sky. Roar! At this moment, all the beasts in the surroundings were roaring endlessly, and all of them were terrified. The aura of the great golden-winged rock was completely unable to withstand Long Qi's coiling dragon massacre. The massive bodies of the demonic beasts prostrated on the ground. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was bearing the domineering will of the golden-winged Great Ping race. It was as if a true golden-winged Great Ping had descended. It was as if a golden sun had descended, blasting away the roiling flames in the surroundings. Rumble! The golden talisman runes turned into a vast ocean that rose, accompanied by a domineering and terrifying supreme divine aura, began to break through the 7 coiling dragon calamity phantom. Rumble! Such an intense battle caused the space to tremble. Energy surged in all directions, and might swept out in all directions, shattering the surrounding space and revealing a large area of the void. Ka-ka, high in the sky, the clouds surged, and a terrifying aura spread out, tearing apart the ground below. It was incomparably terrifying, as if doomsday had arrived. Look, the Hall Master seems to be using some kind of technique. In the distance, the ferocious Bear King looked up in shock. His huge eyes were filled with violent fluctuations. The spiritual Tiger King, Little Falcon, Little Ing-ing, and the surrounding Ape God King heard that and immediately looked carefully at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, only the ferocious Bear King, spiritual Tiger King, and a few others could clearly see the changes in the intense battle. All the demonic beasts looked over and saw Du Xiaofu's hand seals flying in the midst of the stalemate. The white divine light of the demonic beasts retracted, and his hand flashed with golden light. As Du Xiaofu's hand seals rapidly formed, a strange and violent energy fluctuation suddenly rippled in the air. Traces of golden and silver-white energy that seemed to have solidified suddenly seeped out from the void, causing the surrounding space to quietly distort. In just an instant, one of Du Xiaofu's palms shone with golden light, while the other shone with silver light. It was like one yin and one yang, one hard and one soft. The gold shone brightly, and the silver shone like lightning. This is too heaven-defying. The Hall Master has activated the terrifying power of the golden-winged rock, and he still has the strength to activate other technique. It's obviously not an ordinary technique. How can it be so crazy? Little Ing-ing sucked in a breath of cold air. Although it was not a human, it knew that even a demonic beast with a powerful bloodline would not have the strength to activate a second technique after activating such a terrifying technique, let alone a human. At this moment, Long Qi and Du Xiaofu were clearly activating their most powerful superpowers. That kind of consumption was almost enough to exhaust them, so how could they have the energy to support a second technique? But now Du Xiaofu was clearly activating a second technique. From the fluctuation of the aura, it was definitely not an ordinary technique. Gui Che did not speak, but his crimson eyes were obviously shocked. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was still able to use a second technique. It was undoubtedly equivalent to having an expert of the same cultivation level working together. But if it was another person, he would not be able to support such a consumption. How big of a god's watchtower was to be able to support such a terrifying consumption of dark qi? At this moment, Guiche finally knew why the aura of the Demon King, when he broke through to the chaotic element martial honored realm, was even more powerful than an ordinary nirvana martial honored realm. The god's watchtower in the Demon King's body must be so huge that it was unimaginable. Guiche's heart was fluctuating violently. He really did not know how the Demon King cultivated. He had a human body, but he was so insanely strong. Du Xiaofu's golden palm print and the silver lightning palm print in his hands started to merge. Each of them released a terrifying energy that overflowed, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Long Qi also noticed Du Xiaofu's movements, and his dragon eyes shone with a cold light. Ao Ao, the dragon roared, and Long Qi's huge body soared into the sky. His ferocious dragon head swooped down, and his bloody mouth was like a bloody black hole, trying to swallow Du Xiaofu. Under the ferocious dragon head's bloody mouth, the terrifying devouring power was crushed, and a large amount of gravel was swept away. Bang, bang, bang! The shocking aura surged like a landslide, and countless cracks spread out on the ground like a spider web. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with coldness, and he fanned out with the golden-winged rock on his back. A domineering aura erupted like a volcano, and the golden light talisman runes soared into the sky, crushing and destroying everything. Rumble! The two terrifying forces suddenly collided violently, and they both burst out with dazzling rune brilliance, like two stars colliding. Rumble! Under such a collision, the surrounding sky and earth trembled and exploded. When the surrounding beasts saw this, they were all frightened, and their ferocious eyes were trembling with shock. Ao! Long Qi roared, but his huge body didn't gain any advantage. He was forcefully pushed back, and flames splattered everywhere. Suddenly Long Qi, whose dragon head was pushed back, had a change in his eyes. A golden figure appeared beside him, and it was accompanied by an energy fluctuation that made his heart palpitate. The energy fluctuation was too terrifying, and it made Long Qi's hair stand on end. Long Qi immediately looked over when he sensed the direction where the energy came from. He saw that the person approaching was Du Xiaofu. The original golden palm imprint and the silver-white palm imprint on Du Xiaofu's hands had quietly merged together at some unknown time. At this moment, the merged palm print was crystal clear and beautiful. It was suffused with dazzling gold and silver light, and a terrifying destructive force was emanating from it. Xiaoyang Taiyin Seal. The golden light was like the sun, and Du Xiaofu went up, and the merged palm print in his hand cut through the space. The palm print grew with the wind, and it instantly became 1,000 feet in size. It landed directly on Long Qi's huge body. Everything happened in an instant. Under many shocked gazes, Du Xiaofu's palm print landed directly on Long Qi's body. The energy erupted, and a thunderous explosion resounded across the sky. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if the entire heavenly beast tomb was trembling under this energy explosion. The mountain peaks below trembled, and the ground exploded one after another, cracking unceasingly. The rocks turned into dust, and gravel shot out. The mountains collapsed. Such terrifying power, so valiant! Bang bang! A huge flaming dragon's body flipped in midair, and it fell violently among the mountains, destroying many of them. Dragon blood spurted from its mouth, and the flames and rune aura on its body dimmed. Long Qi lost, and he lost miserably. Looking at Long Qi falling from midair, the beasts felt their throats burning, and they swallowed their saliva in disbelief. He seems to have become much more powerful. On the mountain peak far away, Huang Ling Er's colorful eyes flickered, and there was a tinge of shock in her eyes. Overbearing way of the sword. Taking advantage of his weakness, The purple-gold heavenly tower that had disappeared from Du Xiaofu's hand appeared again. He slashed with his sword, and the purple-gold sword radiance shattered the void. It swooped down from the sky, and slashed at Long Qi, who was falling. Anyway, the conflict between him and the dragons was getting worse. Du Xiaofu did not expect the dragons to let him go. Of course, Du Xiaofu was not worried that the dragons would let him go. As the saying goes, when there are too many debts, there is no hurry, and when there are too many enemies, there is no need to worry. However, Du Xiaofu would not let go of the opportunity. If he killed one now, there would be one less opponent, and there would be less danger in the future. Brat, how dare you! Suddenly, just as Du Xiaofu drew his sword, a gloomy roar came from the sky. It was like thunder, and it shook the heavens. Martial Gods World's new group, Huang Country, Xiao Yu, group number 364723710. Xiao Yu's WeChat public account, Yufeng YF. Welcome, everyone. In front of Xiao Yu, I only use Penguin and public WeChat. My Weibo account is fake. Readers, be careful not to be fooled. Chapter 1288. A terrifying aura descended. Before he could finish speaking, a runic claw mark had already distorted space and blocked Du Xiaofu's purplish-gold sword ray. Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched under the claw mark. The sword ray was actually stopped in midair. Chi La La, the runic claw mark, carried the might of a dragon. Then, under many stunned gazes, it distorted Du Xiaofu's purplish-gold sword ray until it was destroyed. Thud thud, Du Xiaofu's figure staggered back a few steps. His expression darkened slightly. From that aura, Du Xiaofu already knew who had interfered. Just as he had been worried, someone had interfered in the end. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill Long Qi, but he couldn't do it in the end. After the purplish-gold sword ray was destroyed, a figure appeared in the air not far from Du Xiaofu. His aura filled the air, as if he could control the surrounding space. The newcomer was the old man in his 50s from the dragons. He was in the Beast Region realm. Dragon 8 appeared on the ground where Dragon 7 had fallen. He waved his hand and sprinkled a lot of fluorescent powder on Dragon 7, who was unable to move. Long Qi's huge body, dripping with blood, suddenly began to strangely recover. Father! Little Xingxing quietly went to Du Xiaofu's side and looked at the dragon tribe elder in his 50s. There was some worry in his bewitching eyes. Du Xiaofu gently stroked the back of little Xingxing's head. He took a deep breath and didn't say anything. Golden light flashed in his eyes. The old man looked at Du Xiaofu with a cold expression. He slowly raised his head and looked directly into Du Xiaofu's eyes. He said indifferently, "Surrender and follow me back to the dragons to await your punishment." Du Xiaofu raised his brows as he stared at the dragon race elder in his 50s. His lips curled into a mocking smile as he sneered, "I already told you to come at me together. Sure enough, it's a tag-team battle. The dragon race is truly shameless." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, all the beasts in the area fell silent. Although they knew what Du Xiaofu meant, they didn't dare to show their displeasure, knowing that the young dragon couldn't beat the old dragon, so the old dragon continued to attack. The Demon King Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid of the dragons, but they didn't dare to offend the dragons. "Brat, your sharp tongue, you can't save your life." Dragons. Dragons, dragon. The dragons, dragons. The dragons. The dragons, dragon. Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, a ferocious expression involuntarily surfaced on the dragon tribe elder's face. It was a sinister and ugly sight. "Old man, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Why don't you try? Sooner or later, this dragon emperor will annihilate a bunch of mixed-blood dragons like you." Little Xingxing cursed loudly. His originally innocent and harmless appearance exploded in a second. "Since that's the case, I'll deal with all of you together." Dragon 8 put down Dragon 7, who had already returned to his human form. He tapped his foot on the ground and leaped into the air. His blue hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were gloomy as he waved his hand. Boom! After Long Ba put down his hand, many demonic beast kings and some experts from the dragon tribe's branch family, who had been following behind him, scattered in the air. A vast energy aura spread, causing the atmosphere in the sky to once again solidify. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. You want to compete in numbers? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Little Xingxing looked at Dragon 8 and waved his hand. The Divine Ape King, Fire Dragon King, Silver Blood Leopard King, Wind and Cloud Eagle King, Three-Headed Lion King, and other demonic beast kings rushed out. The Spiritual Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Inging, Little Falcon, Gui Che, and the others also stepped out. Just this lineup alone wasn't inferior to the dragons. Not far away, the Zither demon, Shangguan Qi Xian, looked at the mountain peak in the distance. He knew that Huang Ling and the others were there. Let's take a gamble. With a slight smile on his face, the Zither demon Shangguan Qi Xian stepped out and arrived beside Du Xiaofu. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Shangguan Qi Xian smiled faintly. I'm betting my life on you. You can definitely escape from the dragons, right? Du Xiaofu looked at Shangguan Qi Xian in surprise and said, We're not familiar with each other. You don't have to get involved in this mess. See, that's Huang Ling of the Phoenix clan. I've been targeted by Huang Ling and it's hard for me to get out of the heavenly beast tomb. I might as well help you. After all, I'm one of the 12 heroes. If I don't help you, it'll be a bit embarrassing if word gets out. The Zither demon Shangguan Qi Xian smiled faintly at Du Xiaofu. His long hair hung on his shoulders and glowed faintly. Under his thick eyebrows, his eyes were like spring water. At this moment, he was looking at the Dragon Clan's lineup. He was also filled with a special demonic aura. Okay, if you don't die, I'll help you deal with Huang Ling. Du Xiaofu nodded. There were rumors in the Tianhuang continent that Shangguan Qi Xian was extremely cruel and tyrannical, and had a reclusive personality. However, looking at this Zither demon who had a bad reputation, Du Xiaofu felt that he was quite easy to get along with. He didn't feel reclusive at all. Ghost Chariot, Wild Bear King, Phantom Tiger King, Ape Divine King, Fire WRM King, Silver Blood Leopard King. Do you really want to work together with a human? Do you want to face us dragons? Dragon 8 looked at Ghost Chariot, Ape Divine King, Phantom Tiger King, and the others. His gaze grew darker and darker. Although he wasn't afraid of Ghost Chariot, the Ape Divine King, Phantom Tiger King, Fire WRM King, and the others working together made it very difficult for him to deal with. This is the Beast region, not the Four Seas. Dragons, you're meddling too much. The Ape Divine King shouted and stood firmly behind Little Xingxing. Du Xiaofu was a little surprised. He could sense that the Ape Divine King was a genuine Nirvana Beast sovereign expert. He didn't know why he was so loyal to Little Xingxing. It was hard to guess how the little girl had subdued such a genuine Nirvana Beast sovereign. Ape Divine King, Ghost Chariot, you'll have to pay the price for your choice today. Think carefully about this price. Can your clans bear it? Dragon 8's vast eyes grew darker and darker. He didn't expect the Ape Divine King and Ghost Chariot to stand so firmly behind Du Xiaofu and the little girl. If you want to fight, then fight. You're so wishy-washy and noisy. Little Xingxing looked at Dragon 8 and pouted. He didn't take Dragon 8 seriously at all. You deal with the little girl. When I deal with Du Xiaofu, none of you will be able to leave. The old dragons glanced at Du Xiaofu and the others, then said to Dragon 8. Dragon 8 nodded and looked ahead. Du Xiaofu had someone to deal with, but he couldn't help but glance at the Ape Divine King, then nodded. As Dragon 8 nodded, the old dragons looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were cold and his aura fluctuated. The experts in the formation of dragons around them also moved quickly. Coldness surged from their eyes and their auras surged. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered with golden light. His expression was gloomy. Looking at the situation before him, a great battle was unavoidable. Du Xiaofu was deep in thought. If he wanted to escape today, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. The most difficult one to deal with was the Dragon Clan's Beast Region expert. Although the Dragon Clan's Beast Region expert's cultivation would be suppressed in the Beast Region, he was still half a realm expert. Looks like I'll have to go all out. Du Xiaofu frowned. Although the half-realm level was terrifying, he wasn't the same as before. If the old man thought he could take him down, he was too naive. It's really lively. Then I'll join in the fun. Just as this unavoidable battle was about to break out, a heavenly sound suddenly drifted over from the sky. Chi-la-la. At the same time, a lot of spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared on the distant mountain peak. Blazing heat waves rolled over and over, and there were 4 huge crimson behemoths that looked like birds but weren't birds. They were like the wind and like phoenixes, and they flapped their wings as they flew over. Everywhere they passed, white smoke spread out in the space, and blazing heat swept over the earth. Blazing Fire Luan, the Phoenix clan. Du Xiaofu raised his head. The 4 blazing Fire Luan flapped their wings a few times and appeared above the group. They pulled a phoenix chariot that was engraved with mysterious runes. It had an ancient aura and was flickering with rainbow light. Ding dang, on top of the chariot, there were rainbow-colored ornaments on the curtains. A graceful woman appeared directly in front of the phoenix chariot. Her delicate feet stepped lightly on the edge of the phoenix chariot. She had a beautiful face and a graceful figure. Her jet-black hair hung down with a few tassels. Her soft skin was like snow and her face was like goose fat. She was so refined that she didn't have the slightest trace of the mortal world. Huang Ling Qin Demon looked at the beautiful woman. Suddenly, the expression in his eyes became a little unsightly. Qi. Huang Ling tapped the phoenix chariot with the tip of her foot. Her beautiful figure immediately swept across the sky. Under her patterned pleated skirt, her snow-white breasts were slightly exposed. She drew a graceful arc in the air. Then, Huang Ling-er's beautiful figure landed directly next to Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing. A rainbow-colored belt wrapped around her waist, which was so small that it could be held with one hand, made her slender waist even more slender. It made her look even more dignified and noble. She was pure and untainted. Huang Ling-er, what's the meaning of this? Seeing that Huang Ling-er had come and stood directly next to Du Xiaofu and the others, Dragon 8 and the Dragon Elders' faces immediately darkened. Their eyes were dark and gloomy. Chapter 1289. I don't mean anything. I just have something to discuss with the leader of the World Society. I hope I didn't disturb you. Huang Ling-er smiled at Dragon 8. Her lips were like cherry blossoms and her eyebrows were like a painting. She looked ethereal and elegant. Her beauty made the surrounding beasts tremble under the invisible pressure of a supreme being. Du Xiaofu was also surprised by Huang Ling-er's sudden intervention. Although he had interacted with Huang Ling-er a few times, he couldn't guess what Huang Ling-er was trying to do. However, Du Xiaofu wouldn't reject the Phoenix clan's intervention. Even if the Phoenix clan had an ulterior motive, it was still better than facing the dragons alone. Huang Ling-er, if you want benefits, I can give you half of what Du Xiaofu left in the Heavenly Beast Palace. However, the dragons, will not let go of Du Xiaofu. Why do you have to intervene for a human? Dragon 8's eyes glowed. He knew that the leader of the World Society was the Demon King Du Xiaofu. He thought that Huang Ling-er wanted to intervene because of the benefits in the Heavenly Beast Palace. He didn't want to complicate matters, so he gritted his teeth and said to Huang Ling, I don't care who the dragons want to deal with. However, I have something to discuss with the leader of the World Society. Huang Ling-er said indifferently, as if she didn't understand what Dragon 8 was trying to say. Huang Ling-er, don't go too far. Does your Phoenix clan want to start a war with us dragons? Dragon 8 shouted angrily. He knew that Huang Ling-er had deliberately interfered. He had always been able to control everything in the palm of his hand. But today, everything was different. Everything was out of his control. Dragon 8 finally exploded with rage, his blue robe flapping loudly in the wind. At that moment, Dragon 8's expression grew even more solemn. Originally, if he wanted to deal with Du Xiaofu and the others, he'd have to rely on the Beast Region experts from his clan. However, now that the Phoenix clan had interfered and helped Du Xiaofu, everything would be reversed. After entering the Heavenly Beast Tomb, Dragon 8 received news that the Phoenix clan had come with Huang Ling. They also had Beast Realm cultivators who were strong enough to stall them. Dragon 8, don't threaten me. The dragons might not be able to intimidate others, but it's useless in front of the Phoenix clan. If you want to start a war, I'm afraid all the other dragons will have to think twice about it. Huang Linger's expression darkened when she heard Dragon 8's threat. Her beautiful face turned cold. She wasn't worried about Dragon 8 at all. The old man and Dragon 8's expressions darkened when they heard that. They hadn't expected Huang Linger to have come especially for Du Xiaofu. She clearly wanted to intervene. Suddenly, Dragon 8 looked at Xueling, Xiongya, and Ao Long, who were watching the show from the side and secretly rejoicing that they'd escaped. He asked, Xiongya, Ao Long, Xueling, what about you three? You were the first to leave. You can't be thinking of leaving now, right? Do you want to stay with us dragons or that human Du Xiaofu? Choose for yourselves. Xiongya, Xueling, and Ao Long looked to the side and cursed in their hearts. Dragon 8 was clearly trying to make them choose a side. At this moment, Dragon 8's words were very clear. He didn't even give them a chance to escape. Otherwise, they would have offended Dragon 8 directly. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor, and Huang Linger's formation, then at the Dragon Clan's formation, Xiongya, Xueling, and Ao Long felt conflicted. They naturally didn't want to offend the Phoenix clan. However, the problem was that the Phoenix clan was obviously on Du Xiaofu's side. Previously, they had already offended Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor and Gui Che. We can't let a human take all the benefits of the Heavenly Beast Hall. Xiongya, Ao Long, and Xueling looked at each other and then gritted their teeth. They had already made their decision. They were forced to choose a side with Dragon 8. Very good. You will get all the benefits of the Heavenly Beast Hall. Dragon 8 smiled satisfactorily. He looked at Xiongya, Xueling, and Ao Long, as if he had already won. Feeling the aura of Xueling, Ao Long, and Xiongya, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. With the addition of the three fierce dragons, the formation of the Heavenly Beast Hall was much stronger. The surrounding beasts looked at each other and became quiet. They looked at the Phoenix clan that had suddenly joined. Then, Xueling, Ao Long, and Xiongya were also involved. Once the battle started, it would definitely be a fierce battle. Huang Yan, is your Phoenix clan really going to intervene? The old dragon suddenly looked at a beautiful woman in front of Huang Linger's Phoenix carriage. The beautiful woman just stood there quietly. The old dragon's gaze towards the beautiful woman was obviously different. Longbao, what do you want to say? Just say it directly. But if you want to use the dragons to scare the Phoenix clan, don't be naive. The beautiful woman said in a light voice. She seemed to know the old dragons, but her attitude was cold. The elder from the dragon tribe, Longbao, looked at Huang Yan of the Phoenix tribe. His eyes darkened as a cold light flashed in them. He said, since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Do the Phoenix tribe really think that you can stop the dragon tribe with your help? Is that so? At least I can stop you, Longbao. Huang Yan smiled faintly. She was also in the Beast Region realm, so she didn't have to worry about Longbao. Haha, Longbao suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter was extremely arrogant. He sneered, Huang Yan, it's a pity that your opponent is not me. Someone else will deal with you. Long Feng, do it. I leave Huang Yan to you. As Long Bao's voice spread out, the space in the distant sky suddenly fluctuated. The wind and clouds surged as if a tornado was sweeping over. This is going to be a little troublesome. The dragons still have a second beast region realm expert. Huang Yan's eyes darkened. She didn't even realize that the dragons still had a second beast region realm expert. Huang Yan didn't know that the dragon's second beast region realm expert hadn't always been in the heavenly beast tomb. Instead, after Long Bao, Long Qi, and the others entered the heavenly beast tomb and saw her in the Phoenix clan, they guessed that something was wrong with the opening of the heavenly beast tomb this time. They had a premonition that something big was going to happen in the heavenly beast tomb. In order to seize the benefits in the heavenly beast tomb without any mistakes, they secretly notified the dragons of the four seas. The dragon's second beast region realm expert had only just arrived. The dragons could sense each other, so Long Bao was able to find out beforehand. Another beast region realm expert has come. Huang Linger raised her eyes and looked at the terrifying storm sweeping over from afar. Her scarlet eyes surged with seven-colored radiance. Huang Yan, your opponent is me. Come out. In the distant sky, within the terrifying storm of aura, a loud shout rang out, and a tornado swept across the sky. A figure was faintly discernible. The surrounding space was about to be torn apart by the storm. Long Feng, don't be so arrogant. Huang Yan leaped into the air. From her beautiful figure, a blazing storm of aura suddenly swept out and rushed forward to fight against Long Feng. Long Bao and Long Ba were overjoyed when they saw that their reinforcements had arrived in time. They looked at the formation of dragons behind them and waved their hands. They said in a cold voice, "Attack!" Boom! Long Bao was the first to move. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. His body swept out and dragons might fill the air with a terrifying aura. It shook the space and directly pounced towards Du Xiaofu. "Brat, no one can save you today," Long Bao shouted. His old face was sinister and cold. His voice was like a dragon's roar. Du Xiaofu's chest rose and fell slightly as he watched the dragon storm pouncing towards him. He quickly inhaled a deep breath and suddenly shut his eyes. His hand seals changed rapidly and his afterimages changed, causing the surrounding space to almost solidify. A golden light shot towards the sky from his body and agglomerated into four huge dragon illusionary figures at lightning speed. Ao 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 ao, the four giant dragon shadows roared and the dragon's roar filled the sky. Wild Dragon Ninth Heaven, borrow the power of the Qian Dragon, Du Xiaofu shouted when the last hand seal was condensed. His eyes suddenly opened and two golden thunderbolts shot into the sky from his eyes. At this moment, the four giant dragon shadows above Du Xiaofu instantly turned into four energy ribbons and landed on Du Xiaofu's body like lightning. Boom! As the four giant dragon shadows pounced in, Du Xiaofu's chaotic element martial honorable aura soared like a rocket. When his aura reached the later stage of chaotic element martial honorable, it gradually stopped. Chapter 1290. When Du Xiaofu was at the peak of the transcendent martial venerable realm, he could use the Mad Dragon Ninth Heaven to temporarily raise his cultivation to the mid-stage chaotic element martial venerable realm. At that moment, with his true primordial chaos martial venerate cultivation, Du Xiaofu's cultivation aura temporarily reached the late-stage primordial chaos martial venerate. He had yet to reach the nirvana martial venerate level, and was still far from it. This also proved that as one's cultivation level rose, it became more and more difficult to temporarily raise one's cultivation level. However, Du Xiaofu had already temporarily raised his cultivation level by a terrifying amount. The Mad Dragon Ninth Heaven was a cultivation technique that could temporarily raise one's cultivation level. It was an absolute advantage for cultivators of the same level. However, Du Xiaofu was currently facing Long Bao, a beast region expert, so it wasn't very effective. Of course, this also depended on the person. For example, Du Xiaofu had long been used to killing opponents of a higher level. Now that his cultivation level had increased by quite a bit, he was naturally like a tiger that had grown wings. However, if an ordinary person were to face a beast region expert with Du Xiaofu's current cultivation level, even if his cultivation level was increased by a small amount, even if his opponent's cultivation level was suppressed to the half-domain level in the heavenly beast tomb, it would still be tantamount to courting death. Everyone was shocked to see Du Xiaofu's cultivation level increase in an instant. It wasn't difficult for many of the demon beasts and battle servants present to know that Du Xiaofu was using a cultivation technique that could temporarily raise his cultivation level. However, to be able to raise one's cultivation technique by so much after reaching the chaotic element martial venerable realm was definitely extraordinary. Kill! At the same time, little Xingxing waved his hand and a vast amount of energy erupted from his tiny body. The faintly discernible pressure of a venerable suffused the heavens and earth. Roar, the divine ape king, fire WRM king, silver blood leopard king, ghost chariot, phantom tiger king, violent bear king, little Ing, little falcon, and the others all released their auras and roared as they instantly transformed into their true forms. Boom! These demonic beasts watched as an intense battle was about to erupt in the vast and mighty heavens. The mighty beast aura descended from the sky, causing the hearts of the surrounding beasts to jump and their souls to tremble. I'll deal with the old one. Little star, be careful. Don't get hurt. A fierce battle was about to break out. Du Xiaofu said to little Xingxing with a serious expression. Don't worry, they can't hurt me. Little Xingxing didn't mind. Instead, he said to Du Xiaofu, Father, you have to be careful of that old man. I'll go help you after I finish off a few of them. Don't worry, that old fellow can't eat me. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly in the face of little Xingxing's concern. Not long ago, he might not have been able to deal with the old dragons, but now, with his cultivation strength and means, it definitely wouldn't be easy for Long Bao to do anything to him. You can leave Dragon 8 to me. Huang Ling opened her mouth. Dragons were already fighting with Long Feng, who had come to support them. The battle was unavoidable. All right, I'll leave Dragon 8 to you. I'll go and destroy the other mixed-blood dragon. Little Xingxing didn't object to Huang Ling's words at all. After nodding her head, she signaled to the Ape God King, Fire Dragon King and the others with her eyes. In a flash, she pounced towards Dragon 7, who had just stood up and transformed into his human form. Her goal was to get rid of the severely injured Dragon 7 first. Do it. Huang Ling waved her hand at the middle-aged man, Luan Jian and the others behind her. In a flash, she appeared several feet away. A scorching aura surged and blocked Dragon 8, who had already pounced over. Huang Ling since it's like this, let's see what level you've reached. Dragon 8 said in a deep voice. The gaze which he used to look at Huang Ling turned cold. His blue robe fluttered and the runes on his body surged. His long blue hair flew behind his head. With a wave of his hand, he caused the space to distort and attacked Huang Ling directly. Luan Jian made his move. His sword flashed and pounced towards a demonic beast king in the dragon's formation. That middle-aged man from the Phoenix clan who had originally fought with Du Xiaofu wasn't willing to help Du Xiaofu. But at this moment, he had no other choice. He directly blocked in front of the Heavenly Dog clan's Ao Long Roar, the Divine Ape King, Fire Drake King, Ghost Chariot, Phantom Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ing, and the others all pounced towards the dragon's formation, Xueling, Xiongya, and the others at the same time. In an instant, these terrifying demonic beast kings clashed together. A fiery battle was on the verge of breaking out and shaking the 9 heavens. Everything took a long time to describe. At the same time, Long Bao was unmoved by the figures around him. He had already pounced in front of Du Xiaofu. Long Bao wanted to deal with Du Xiaofu first so that he could control the situation. When the time came, none of them would be able to escape. Kid, no one can save you today. A chilling roar resounded like thunder. Long Bao's figure arrived. A puny human had killed the dragons, Dragon 9. That was an existence that could become the mainstay of the dragons in the future. And just now, Long Seven was almost killed. This was even more unexpected to Long Bao. It was the puny human in front of him that almost made the dragons pay a heavy price and lose face. Therefore, no matter what, Long Bao must bring this puny human back to the dragons at this moment. Looking at Long Bao, who had arrived in front of him in an instant, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. Golden light filled his eyes as he formed a hand seal. Waves of golden light whizzed out from his body like a storm. Whoosh! Long Bao made his move. The dragon power in his body surged and swept across the sky. His claw reached out and distorted the void. Whoosh whoosh! In front of the claw, energy swept out like a space rune chain that pierced through the void. It was like a venomous snake. There were sounds of wind breaking in the void. In a flash, it arrived in front of Du Xiaofu as fast as lightning. Dragon Claw Hand! A gloomy roar came out from Long Bao's mouth. This was the dragon's technique, the Dragon Claw Hand. It was not something that ordinary techniques could compare to. The claw pierced through the void and erupted with a strange aura. There was a faint dragon roar. Du Xiaofu suddenly realized that while the Dragon Claw Hand could freeze the void, it could also affect the primordial spirit. It caused the primordial spirit in his mind's Naiwan palace to tremble. At the same time, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. The golden light in his eyes suddenly fluctuated strangely. A terrifying and domineering aura shot out from his body. Boom! The aura spread and shook the void. It was as if wind and thunder were roaring. The aura surged and shook the void. Roar! At the same time, Du Xiaofu raised his head and roared. This roar was like a dragon roaring in the 9 heavens. It was like a divine elephant trumpeting. The sound waves swept out like a tsunami and surged in all directions, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble. Roar, 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 roar! At this moment, the entire void rumbled. Countless roars echoed in the sky. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens that resounded in the world. The terrifying roar shook the heavens and earth. It caused the void to collapse and made people tremble in fear. Boom, boom, boom! The surging sound waves were accompanied by ripples of energy from the golden runes. It was like a vast ocean that surged and spread. Then, it blocked Long Bao's claw. In the end, it was destroyed. Long Bao's expression changed greatly. Under the sound waves, even Long Bao felt his body tremble. The sound waves were like the roars of dragons. They were pervasive and could affect one's soul. The sound waves reverberated, causing the entire battlefield to tremble rapidly. The energy in the surrounding beasts could not help but boil uncontrollably. At this moment, the bodies of the surrounding beasts were about to explode. Their souls were about to explode. Their ferocious eyes were filled with pain. What a terrifying sound wave attack! It contains a type of martial arts. Even Xiongya, Xueling, Ao Long, and the Ape God King, who were fighting fiercely, were greatly affected. They were deeply shocked by the terrifying sound wave. However, although the domineering force that Du Xiaofu had just activated had resisted Long Bao's dragon claw, it was not really able to resist Long Bao. "Humph, you have some strength, but it's not enough," Long Bao shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, many dazzling runes surged out from the surroundings and turned into a dark golden dragon shadow. It strangely circled the void around Du Xiaofu. The dark golden dragon shadow erupted with a strange devouring force. It was like a small coiling dragon calamity that enveloped Du Xiaofu. The dark golden dragon shadow circled and trapped Du Xiaofu. He felt that the qi in his body was about to solidify and his body was about to explode. Even the primordial spirit in his mud pill palace was affected. Feeling such changes, Du Xiaofu's face darkened. He spread the rock golden wings on his back and activated the rock descends to the 9th heaven. It carried the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan. It was like the sun rising from the east. Only then did he manage to protect himself, but he could not escape. Damn mixed-blood dragons! I will kill every one of them that I see. Who asked you to provoke me? Little Xingxing's childlike furious cry spread like thunder from the distant battleground. His small body was just like a little demon king at this moment. With a palm, he slammed Long Qi, who had just barely leaped into the air, into the shattered land below. Roar! The dragon roared in the ninth heaven, and a blazing aura surged. When Long Qi's human figure crashed onto the ground, he instantly turned into his original form. Long Qi was extremely aggrieved. He had just been trampled on by the demon king, Du Xiaofu. At that moment, he was being trampled on by the little girl. His ferocious dragon head soared into the sky like a fire dragon. The dragon's body was thousands of feet long. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards little Xingxing from the bottom. It wanted to swallow little Xingxing in its mouth. You're at the end of your rope. Behave yourself. Little Xingxing was unmoved. As her voice sounded, her small body disappeared in the air like a ghost. This caused Long Qi's huge dragon eyes to be shocked. After which, he seemed to have sensed something, and his dragon eyes, which were covered with blazing symbols, trembled. Just as the last word sounded, little Xingxing's small body appeared on Long Qi's ferocious head like a ghost. Her small fist was covered with a strange golden flame. This golden flame contained an extremely dense pressure that spread out. It was the might of a supreme being. Bang! After which, little Xingxing's small fist, which was covered with golden flames, smashed onto Long Qi's ferocious head. Chapter 1291. Boom! With this punch, golden flames erupted like a tide and swept down from Long Qi's huge and ferocious dragon head. A terrifying hot aura spread out, as if it could burn everything in the void. Roar! The pitiful Draconic Seven let out a pitiful cry. His huge body fell from the sky and landed heavily on the messy ground. Sizzle! Long Qi's body was covered in golden flames, destroying the scarlet flames on his body. From his head to his tail, many dragon scales cracked and shattered. Fresh blood dripped, and his body was charred black. Suddenly, little Xingxing did not continue to chase after Long Qi. His eyes looked at the battle between Du Xiaofu and Long Bao. Seeing that the huge dragon shadow that Long Bao had activated had entangled Du Xiaofu, the demonic third eye mark between little Xingxing's brows began to have faint golden runes pulsating. A bright light that caused one's soul to tremble shot out from his dark and deep eyes. Roar! Suddenly, little Xingxing let out a roar. It was definitely the roar of a dragon. The dragon roar turned into sound waves that spread out. Immediately, all the beasts in the surroundings felt a huge pressure, causing their bodies to tremble. Boom! In the next instant, little Xingxing's body had already soared into the sky and transformed into a huge body that was a few thousand feet long. It was slightly smaller than Long Qi's body, but its aura was even more powerful. A majestic and strange energy gathered around the huge body, causing a huge spatial ripple that was churning like waves. When little Xingxing's real body roared out, all the beasts in the surroundings were shocked. It was the body of a dragon with a pair of wings on its back that expanded to a few thousand feet long. They were like the wings of a phoenix, spreading hot reddish-purple flames. Starlight flowed on the surface of its body. There was also the aura of a golden-winged roc, and a terrifying aura that swept across the sky. When the dragon appeared, it was ferocious and mighty. Although it had the appearance of a dragon, the aura on its body was even more powerful than a real dragon. The monster kings who were fighting fiercely in the surroundings all felt their souls tremble under the terrifying pressure. There seems to be the aura of my clan? Huang Linger, who was fighting fiercely with Dragon 8, and Huang Yan, who was fighting fiercely with Dragon Longfeng, also looked over from the corner of their eyes. Little Xingxing's main body appeared, and he immediately pounced on Long Bao's giant dragon shadow. Starlight rippled on his body, and a frightening aura whizzed out, bringing with it a strange and terrifying pressure. "Father, let me help you!" Wherever Little Star's huge body passed, Thick dark clouds would suddenly rush over. Strong winds blew, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Aolo, little Xingxing's abdomen faintly had 5 claws rising, spreading runes that were resplendent. A pair of dragon eyes overflowed with golden light, flapping its arms, forming waves of blazing flame tornadoes. A claw tore through the air, tearing the giant dragon phantom that was activated by the dragon berserk. The gigantic dragon phantom trembled as it was torn apart. Why is that pressure so strong? Huang Ling Dragon 8, and the others looked at the aura emanating from Little Star's huge body and felt their bodies tremble. Is that the purple star demonic dragon emperor's main body? Under that kind of pressure, Huang Ling Dragon 8 and the others, who were the pure-blooded descendants of the Phoenix clan and the dragons, turned pale. The blood in their bodies began to boil. Driven by that kind of boiling blood, they almost couldn't help but have an impulse to kneel down. What kind of strange dragon is that? Long Bao was also stunned. Facing the strange dragon's strength, he could still resist, but the strange dragon's aura made the dragon soul in his body tremble violently. The strange dragon's aura contained a kind of pressure that even his dragon's soul couldn't resist. This kind of pressure came from the heaven and earth and the depths of his dragon's soul. Boom! In the explosion of golden light, Du Xiaofu, who was trapped in the giant dragon's body, a golden 5-fingered mountain phantom appeared behind him. It evolved as if it was given life. The space suddenly trembled, and the golden mountain phantom became bigger and bigger. Dense spiritual energy spread out. The golden 5-fingered mountain phantom connected with the energy of heaven and earth, and a terrifying power spread out, facing the crushing pressure of the giant dragon shadows that were coiling around it. The golden 5-finger mountain peak's aura surged like a long rainbow. Golden talisman patterns were released all over the sky. It was like a supreme being that could crush and suppress all things in the world. Demon King Du Xiaofu is the earth vein spirit. How can his vein spirit be so strong? Many of the beasts in the surroundings were astonished by this turn of event. The terrifying aura from the 5-fingered mountain phantom made the space freeze, and it made it difficult to breathe. Rumble, the 5-fingered mountain phantom's vein spirit continued to evolve, and expand behind Du Xiaofu. It was as if it couldn't be violated or provoked. Mysterious golden talisman runes swept out like a vast ocean. Together with Little Star's claw, it finally destroyed the dark golden dragon phantom. Rumble, the dark golden talisman runes swept out and shattered. They bloomed beautifully like fireworks, and the destructive power continued to sweep out. The golden 5-fingered mountain phantom was huge. Du Xiaofu stepped on the mountain phantom's vein spirit. His purple robe fluttered, and golden light bloomed in his eyes. Little Star's dragon scales overflowed with starlight, and the supreme aura spread out. She was entrenched beside Du Xiaofu's vein spirit. At this moment, Little Star's deep golden dragon eyes seemed to make people want to submit when they looked up. Especially the light golden vertical eye mark between her brows, it was mysterious and evil. Many people looked at Little Star's dragon body from the corner of their eyes. They all felt their beast souls uncontrollably start to fluctuate, and they trembled for no reason. "Father, are you okay?" Little Star raised her head and asked Du Xiaofu. Her dragon eyes were shining, and she didn't look like the harmless little girl from before. "I'm fine." Du Xiaofu nodded. At this moment, he felt the aura on Little Star's body. He was surprised to find that this little girl had also reached the level of venerable origin beast. The speed of her breakthrough shocked Du Xiaofu and made him envious. This little girl was also heaven-defying. "Let's deal with this old mixed-blood dragon together." Little Star's eyes darkened. Her aura burst out and pierced the sky. "Humph, since you're all going to deal with him, then let's deal with him together." Long Bao slowly raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu and the purple star demonic dragon emperor, who were stepping on the huge vein spirit. He suppressed the shock on his old face, and a ferocious sneer appeared. Tyrannical dragon destroys the world. As Long Bao's voice fell, the surrounding space suddenly began to riot. There was a gust of wind, and there seemed to be lightning and thunder. A violent force swept in all directions, and there were bright dark golden talisman runes flashing in the sky. Ao 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 ao. The next moment, as Long Bao's figure disappeared in midair, the talisman runes in the sky rapidly squirmed and changed, and finally turned into 6 huge dark golden dragon phantoms. Dragon roars filled the sky, and the 6 huge dragon phantoms occupied the world. Wherever the huge phantoms twisted, the space was directly distorted to the point of collapse, and there were faint traces of pitch-black light. Father, this old mixed-blood dragon is going all out. Let's join forces. Little Star's dragon eyes rippled, and a grave look flashed across his eyes. The black tortoise divine shell on his back suddenly appeared, emitting a deep light. In an instant, he was the first to move. His enormous dragon body stood upright, and an extremely rich pressure spread out. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to tremble. As the huge dragon body raised its head, the demonic third eye between Little Star's brows suddenly opened. A dazzling beam of light that made one's soul tremble shot into the sky. It spread out like a curtain of light, and a soul power that blotted out the sky also spread out in the sky. Ao 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 ao. As the dragon roars rang out, the silhouettes of several azure dragons flickered in and out of Little Xingxing's third eye. They possessed a strange power of the soul, causing the blood of the beasts in the surroundings to boil and their souls to tremble. This was a pure soul attack. Even Du Xiaofu, who was standing to the side, was stunned. Little Star had used this technique before, but it was far from being as mature and abnormally strong as now. Little Star activated her remarkable technique, and Long Bao's expression changed. Several huge dragon phantoms were affected and blocked. Suppress. Du Xiaofu moved, and with the huge mountain pulse soul, he unleashed the aura of the beginning of the world. His body gathered the might of the Renhuang, and with the fate of the barren country and the supreme power of the golden-winged rock, he suppressed the 3 huge dark golden dragons. Ao ao. The 3 huge dark golden dragon phantoms were suppressed, and they instantly entangled Du Xiaofu's mountain pulse soul. The 3 dragons entangled, and with the suppression of the mountain pulse soul, they were immediately entangled. The remarkable technique between Little Star's brows finally suppressed the 3 huge dragon phantoms, and the father and daughter joined forces to resist Long Bao. They were entangled in the sky, and in that stalemate a powerful energy spread out, causing the sky to shake violently, and there was an explosion of dragon roars. Rumble, the terrifying energy rune ripples suddenly swept out like a stormy sea, and the surrounding space was about to be destroyed. A pitch-black light circle was faintly revealed, and it was dark and deep, and it made the beasts feel a chill when they looked at it. Long Bao, Du Xiaofu, and Little Star were entangled. The huge dragon phantoms and the golden mountain pulse soul and Little Star's mountain pulse soul attacked each other, and they were all frantically corroding each other, constantly releasing violent energy, trying to suppress and destroy each other. Chapter 1292. Translator. H2H2 Mr. It could be said that the most intense battle wasn't between Huang Yan and Long Feng, nor was it between Huang Linger and Long Ba. Instead, it was Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing working together against Long Bao. Although Huang Yan and Long Feng's battle was intense, and every move they made caused the sky to explode, they weren't truly going all out. Both of them had a bottom line in their hearts. They just wanted to stop each other. Huang Linger and Long Ba weren't much different. Although Long Ba was furious, he didn't go all out against Huang Linger. However, Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, and Long Bao were different. The crux of the battle lay with the 3 of them. As long as one side won, they would be able to resolve the situation. Both sides were going all out. They wanted to suppress each other, so they were using their full strength. Walala, finally, the 3 forces that were corroding each other were annihilated at the same time. The terrifying energy storm also gradually disappeared, fading away under the shocked gazes of the surrounding beasts. Long Bao's 6 illusory dragons dissipated. His figure immediately reappeared. His face was pale as he staggered backwards. Du Xiaofu's mountain pulse soul had been shattered by the 3 dragons. He spat out a mouthful of faint golden blood. The shattering of his pulse soul didn't mean that his body was injured. No matter how strong his body was, it couldn't withstand such a heavy injury. However, if a cultivator's body was weak, they probably wouldn't be able to continue fighting after their pulse soul was shattered. However, Du Xiaofu was still able to hold on. He hadn't completely lost the ability to continue fighting. Not many people had such a freakish body. Little Xingxing's aura had withered considerably. Her enormous body had been forced back, and the starlight on her body had dimmed considerably. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and the Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor are truly terrifying. They actually managed to block Long Bao's Tyrant Dragon's apocalypse. The Fantasy Tiger King, Savage Bear King, Fierce Fang, and the others had been distracted by the fierce battle. They were all watching the most important battle. He actually withstood it. Long Bao's face turned gloomy after he was forced to retreat. At this moment, he felt that the situation was really tricky. No wonder Dragon 9 was killed and Dragon 7 was no match for him just now. This puny purple-robed young man was not ordinary. That mutated dragon was too strange. If he wanted to deal with these two, he would have to use his true form. At this moment, a thought began to form in Long Bao's mind. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and the little dragon were already so terrifying. These two were obviously still of the younger generation. If they were allowed to continue cultivating, he might not be a match for them in less than 100 years. When he thought of this, Long Bao's heart trembled. His eyes twitched fiercely and a chill surged in his heart. Today, he could not let this little dragon and human go. Even if he could not bring them back to the dragon tribe to study the mysteries of their bodies, he had to kill this dragon and Du Xiaofu on the spot to get rid of future troubles. However, Long Bao didn't know that Little Star and Du Xiaofu hadn't even cultivated for 100 years since they were born. Du Xiaofu hadn't even cultivated for 50 years, including the time he'd spent in the ancient desolate space. As for Little Star, with his monstrous bloodline, he'd cultivated for even fewer years. It had only been a few years. If Long Bao knew all this, especially if he knew that Little Star had only been alive for a few years, he'd probably kill himself out of shame. I can't let them go. Long Bao's eyes darkened. Dense coldness filled the air, and the runes on his body erupted. He'd finally activated his true form. Roar! A dragon roared. Long Bao's true form soared into the sky. It was more than 1,000 feet long, and it emitted a dark golden light. His dragon scales shone brightly, and his imposing aura swept across the sky. The true form of dragons of the Beast Region realm was terrifyingly vast. The space around his enormous body was distorted. It's worth it to make me use my true form. Now it's time to end this. Long Bao's enormous dragon body soared into the sky. He roared angrily, and his enormous body was as fast as lightning as he charged towards Du Xiaofu. Old mixed-blood dragon, this dragon emperor isn't afraid of you. The little dragon roared, and his enormous body collided with Long Bao's. However, his body was shielded by the black tortoise divine shell on his back. Bang! In this collision, Long Bao's enormous body was the most terrifying attack. When he collided with Little Star's body was sent flying, and he landed heavily on the ground. Long Bao was still in the Beast Region realm. Although his cultivation was suppressed to half domain, it was still much higher than Little Star's current origin Beast Sovereign. Little Star probably wouldn't meet an opponent at the same level as him. Even if he faced Nirvana Beast Sovereign dragons, he wouldn't be much weaker. His aura alone was enough to suppress Long Bao. However, Long Bao was also at half domain in the heavenly beast tomb. Compared to Nirvana beast sovereigns, the difference was like heaven and earth. Not to mention, Long Bao was at half domain with the beast region realm. When Little Star's enormous body crashed to the ground, Du Xiaofu instantly frowned. His expression changed slightly, and he flapped his wings, retreating rapidly like a deity. However, just as Du Xiaofu was about to retreat, a beam of dark golden light came crashing down on him, distorting the space around him. It was a gigantic dragon tail covered in dragon scales, and it was unbelievably fast. In his panic, Du Xiaofu watched the enormous dragon tail expand in front of his eyes. He wrapped his great ping wings tightly around his body, protecting him and forcefully withstanding the attack. Bang! When such an enormous dragon tail swept down, Du Xiaofu's figure was sent flying horizontally. He smashed into the ground like a meteor, causing the ground below to shake and crack. Pfff, Du Xiaofu instantly struggled to get up amidst the flying debris and dust. He spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood. Du Xiaofu's wings were dented where he blocked the dragon tail. Many runes on the great ping wings were obliterated. "Father, are you all right?" Little Star's enormous dragon body rushed out. She seemed to be fine from the collision. She shook the black tortoise divine shell on her back, as if she wasn't damaged at all. "I'm fine." Du Xiaofu got up and stepped into the air. The great ping wings on his back had dimmed a lot. His injuries weren't light. Just the destruction of his meridian soul wasn't something that an ordinary person could continue to endure. However, Du Xiaofu could only grit his teeth and endure. "You're no longer a match for me. You offended me, the dragons. Death is not to be regretted." Long Bao's main body floated in the air. His dragon eyes rolled like a dark golden hole, filled with a dense chill. "Old mixed-blood dragon, I'll destroy you sooner or later." Little Star raised her head and said angrily. She could protect herself, but she also knew that she couldn't do anything to that old mixed-blood dragon. Long Bao's enormous dragon eyes narrowed as he stared at Little Star's main body. They were suffused with a dark golden glow. He said, "You little mutant dragon seems to be a little special. You're related to us dragons. When I bring you back to the dragons, I'll naturally find out the reason. Old bastard, do you have the ability? Sooner or later, I'll skin you alive and peel off your old scales one by one." Little Star's voice was like thunder as she cursed at Long Bao. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air. His chest rose and fell as he took a deep breath. His golden eyes also surged with a trace of lightning. At that moment, he still had the Thunder Martial Vein as his trump card and the ancient desolate space that he could use. Du Xiaofu knew that he wasn't really at the end of his rope. If he really couldn't do it, he still had his final trump card, the Purple Lightning Profound Cauldron. If it really came to the last moment, Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth. At that time, he could only use the Purple Lightning Profound Cauldron. "Humph, I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you two juniors." Long Bao's expression was gloomy after being scolded by Little Star. Runes burst out from his enormous dragon body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. He suddenly pounced on Du Xiaofu and Little Star at the same time. Roar! Long Bao's main body was more than 10,000 feet long. His speed was unbelievably fast. Almost in an instant, he pounced in front of Little Star and Du Xiaofu. The giant dragon swooped down. His aura erupted and shook the surroundings. The huge dragon tail swayed, and the space behind him exploded and collapsed, revealing a long space dent. A pair of dragon eyes fluctuated with a dense chill. The dragon's might was terrifying. Dragons are nothing. Suddenly, right at this critical moment, a clear and melodious voice sounded out from an unknown place. Swoosh! Just as Long Bao's enormous dragon body was about to dive in front of Little Star and Du Xiaofu, the space in front of Du Xiaofu and Little Star suddenly distorted. It was as if a spatial crack had been torn open, and a graceful figure crossed the space. As this lithe figure descended, a wave of overbearing pressure suddenly descended upon this part of the world. Under such pressure, the surrounding beasts really crawled down. Raging Bear King, Divine Ape King, Little Falcon, Fantasy Tiger King, and the others who were fighting fiercely suddenly had a look of horror in their eyes. Huang Linger, Long Ba, Huang Yan, Long Feng and the others also had a change of expression at this moment. Long Bao, who was swooping down, had a look of astonishment in his eyes. The depths of his eyes seemed to have sensed something and quickly froze. The graceful figure walked out. Under her clear and moving voice, there was an unparalleled domineering aura. Her voice rumbled like thunder in the surrounding battle circle. "This kid is wanted by my golden-winged rock clan. Dragons, get out of my way. In the last 4 to 5 hours of the month, I don't dare to ask for fresh flowers." However, Xiao Yu weakly said, "Dear guest, please leave the fresh flowers behind. I urgently need fresh flowers. I am willing to devote myself to you. In the future, I will work hard, study hard, and hang on a beam to stab the stock." The next update will be around 10 o'clock at night. Chapter 1293. Her domineering voice was like a sudden clap of thunder. The golden-winged Great Rock Clan. Looking at the beautiful figure that appeared in front of them, the beasts in all directions looked at each other and then looked into the distance. The golden-winged Great Rock Clan was a clan that was even more powerful than the dragons and phoenixes. It was extremely rare for someone from the golden-winged Great Rock Clan to come out. However, no one had ever doubted the strength of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. Long Bao looked at the beautiful figure that walked out and his huge dragon body stopped. He had already felt the aura of the true golden-winged Great Rock Clan and his eyes changed. Not only because he knew how powerful the golden-winged Great Rock Clan was, but also because the golden-winged Great Rock Clan and the dragons had been enemies since ancient times. Chi la la. The beautiful figure walked across the space and directly attacked without any delay. The lady waved her delicate hand, and a golden light erupted from her delicate palm. It was like a bright sun piercing through the sun. It vaguely transformed into the wings of a large rock. Separated by a great distance, it also viciously flapped towards Long Bao. Ao! Long Bao's figure paused and a fierce light flashed in his dragon eyes. His ferocious mouth spat out a majestic dark golden light. Chi la then, under everyone's stunned gazes, the dark golden light in Long Bao's mouth was directly scattered. Then, the huge dragon head was directly flipped over by the golden-winged great rocks flapping. In the end, Long Bao's huge dragon body fell from the sky and landed on a huge mountain that had already been broken into half, destroying the mountain into dust. Chi Long Bao's huge dragon body raised his head, and he spat out dragon blood from his ferocious mouth. Fear surged in his eyes and he was continuously shocked. He muttered, Why is she not suppressed, why, goo goo!" The intense battles in the surroundings also involuntarily came to a halt at this scene. Looking at Long Bao's huge dragon body being sent flying with a single slap, all the beasts gasped and trembled in fear. Huang Ling Long Ba, the miserable Long Qi, Huang Yan in the distance, and a white-clothed old man who had appeared could not help but reveal a shocked expression on their faces. They could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. In the heavenly beast tomb, Long Bao was also a half-domain, and in his true form, dragons, he couldn't even take a single handprint. In the air, Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing, as well as the Guqin devil Shangguan Qi Xian, who had just been entangled with a few monster kings, were also stunned. To be able to send Long Bao's body flying so easily, what kind of strength was that? Sky-shaking wings. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. He knew very well that the technique that the woman had just used was the sky-shaking wings of the golden-winged great rock. However, the woman's sky-shaking wings had reached such a terrifying level that it could directly slap Long Bao's body away. Strange, at the same time, Du Xiaofu could not help but feel strange. Logically speaking, the strongest strength in the heavenly beast tomb should be suppressed to the half-domain level. Under the same level, how could the woman from the golden-winged great rocks be so tyrannical that she could send Long Bao's body flying so easily? At this moment, the battlefield was completely silent because of the woman's appearance. All the beasts that were fighting stopped as if they had a tacit understanding and retreated to their respective formations. Looking at the beautiful figure in the sky, they broke out in cold sweat. Not only because of the woman's shocking move, but also because the golden-winged great rocks were enough to make all beasts tremble. In the silent sky, the beautiful figure slowly turned her head. It was a woman in her late 20s. There was a valiant and heroic spirit in her beauty. She was like a goddess in autumn. She was wearing a tight orange shirt that outlined the curves of her graceful body. It was enough to make one's nose bleed. The woman had an accessory that looked like a short sword on her waist. It was unknown whether it was a weapon or just an accessory. Her long and slender legs were straight. At this moment, the woman's cherry lips were smiling. She raised her hand to slap Long Bao, but it was as if nothing had happened. Looking around, she had a domineering aura. Her clear voice rang out, "Get out of my way if you don't want to die." Hearing the woman's words, the surrounding beasts trembled. No one dared to speak. Chi. Long Feng's figure flashed across the sky and arrived in front of Dragon 8 and Dragon 7. He looked at the woman with a gloomy face and said in a deep voice, "Golden-winged great rocks, don't go too far. How dare you meddle in the affairs of us dragons? Do you think we've been quiet for too long? Don't talk nonsense in front of me. I'll say it again." The woman looked directly at Long Feng, her eyes glowing with a faint golden light. Suddenly, she pointed her slender finger at Du Xiaofu and spoke word by word to Long Feng, "That brat is mine. If you don't want to die, then scram. If I change my mind, none of your dragon race will leave here alive today. If you don't believe my words, then go ahead and try." Hearing this, Long Feng's eyes twitched fiercely, but he didn't dare to say anything. Cough! Long Bao's body turned into a human and jumped out. He coughed and spat out a lot of blood. He and Long Feng looked at each other in dismay. Their expressions were very ugly. At this moment, Long Bao and Long Feng were very clear that they were no match for the woman from the golden-winged great rocks. If the golden-winged great rocks wanted to kill them, they definitely wouldn't dare. "We dragons don't want that kid, but this little foreign dragon is related to us dragons. Are we going to take him away?" Long Feng gritted his teeth and compromised with the woman. After weighing the pros and cons, Long Feng knew that he couldn't compete with the woman from the golden-winged great rock. The woman from the golden-winged great rocks seemed to have come for Du Xiaofu, so they could only take a step back and take the little foreign dragon away. The little foreign dragon was very strange. After bringing it back to the dragons, they might discover something. At that time, it might bring benefits to all dragons. Didn't I say it clearly enough? Get out of my sight. Get as far away as you can. If you don't, then die. However, the beautiful and valiant woman from the golden-winged great rocks didn't give Long Feng any face. Her golden eyes began to emit a frightening chill. As for the peerless beauty from the golden-winged great rock race, she kept calling Qin Wentian old mother. This caused the eyebrows of many people in the surroundings to twitch. Women from the golden-winged great rock race were all so incomparably domineering. Long Feng's face twitched fiercely. The other party didn't take him seriously at all. However, Long Feng also understood that the other party's fist was bigger than his. He couldn't win at all. If they really fought, suffering losses was a small matter. The woman would most likely really kill them. Long Feng didn't know why the woman from the golden-winged great rocks didn't seem to be suppressed in here. Given their current cultivation and strength, they would be killed instantly by the woman from the golden-winged great rocks. "Sir, the golden-winged great rocks have gone too far. We dragons aren't to be trifled with either." Long 8 walked out. His blue robes fluttered, and his blue hair was a little messy. As a pure-blooded descendant of dragons, he had the pride of a dragon. Dragons weren't afraid of the golden-winged great rock. So what if I've gone too far? How dare a kid at the origin beast supremacy level act so arrogantly? I'll take care of you. Let's see what you dragons can do to me. The woman only glanced at Dragon 8. Her slender hand shook, and she slapped him across the air. As the woman slapped out, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Using his sharp primordial spirit, he sensed a strange fluctuation in the void. It merged with the space. This power also carried a mysterious and complex meaning. Although it was just a simple slap, it contained a profound understanding. Be careful, Long Feng shouted when he sensed the woman's attack. He couldn't protect himself in time. Besides, he probably didn't have the strength to do so. Long 8 clearly felt the woman from the golden-winged great rock's attack. He wanted to protect himself first, but it was too late. A crisp slap sounded from his face. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood along with his teeth. Bang! Bang! Long 8's body was sent flying. He shot into the ground below, half of his body sinking into the rocks. Long 8's face was pale with shock. His originally vast and deep eyes were now filled with shock, hatred, and deep fear. I don't know your name. The dragons, will remember this debt. Long Feng asked gloomily. Everything had changed. Now that the golden-winged great rocks had interfered, it was impossible for the dragons to bring Du Xiaofu back today. They couldn't even bring the small mutated dragon back today. They didn't have enough power, so they had to bow their heads. Jialo Kailing, you are welcome to take revenge on me in the future. The woman who claimed to be Jialo Kailing faintly smiled. A layer of rouge faintly seeped through her snow-white skin. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. She was clearly peerlessly domineering, but at this moment, her valiant appearance revealed an incomparable charm. Let's go. Long Feng waved his hand. A few people from the dragon's formation hurriedly helped Long 8 up. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment, but in the end, they had no choice but to retreat in panic under the absolute power. Xiao Yu, continue to write. There are 3 more updates today. There are only 2 hours left in this month. I'm rolling on the ground looking forward to the flowers. I'm looking forward to it with tears in my eyes. Chapter 1294. Jialo Kailing watched the dragons leave, and didn't pay much attention to them. Her eyes glowed with a faint golden light. Then, she looked at Huang Ling and Huang Yan, who had quietly retreated behind Huang Ling. Jialo Kailing said in a clear voice, seeing that the Golden-Winged Rock Clan and the Phoenix Clan have some relationship, you should leave too. Huang Ling and Huang Yan exchanged glances with each other as a bitter smile appeared on their faces. Let's go. In the end, Huang Ling waved her hand and the Phoenix chariot landed. Her graceful figure leaped onto the Phoenix chariot and left with a colorful radiance. Du Xiaofu heard a rumor. I want to help you too, but we can't even protect ourselves now. There's nothing we can do. You should pray for yourself. I hope you can escape. That kid is dead. The middle-aged man from the Phoenix clan who had fought with Du Xiaofu sneered and followed Huang Ling and Huang Yan away. At this moment, in the middle-aged man's heart, Du Xiaofu had fallen into the hands of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan. That kid had integrated with the Golden-Winged Rock Clan's Rock Golden Wings. According to the Golden-Winged Rock Clan's character, they would skin him alive and break his bones. He definitely wouldn't live for long. The Golden-Winged Rock Clan is so overbearing. The surrounding beasts were secretly horrified. The dragons and the phoenixes, who were the supreme beasts of the Beast Clan, had been scared away. The Golden-Winged Rock Clan was so overbearing. Little Xingxing withdrew his original form and turned back into his harmless and innocent appearance. His little hand gently tugged at Du Xiaofu's sleeve. It could be seen that he was rather nervous. He knew that the beautiful woman from the Golden-Winged Great Ping Clan was much more terrifying than Long Bao from before. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and the rock golden wings on his back began to retract. He had integrated with the golden-winged rock clan's rock golden wings. All along, Du Xiaofu had been a little worried about meeting people from the golden-winged Great Rocks clan. He didn't expect to meet them in such a situation. There's no need to restrain yourself. Recently, I heard that a human has fused with an item of my golden-winged Great Rock clan. I didn't expect to meet him here. Come back with me. Jialo Kaling looked at Du Xiaofu. Her watery eyes carried a faint golden radiance as if she could see through everything. Then, Jialo Kai Ling looked at little Xingxing curiously. Her eyes were filled with doubt. She said softly, "Little guy, you seem to be related to my clan. However, you should be related to the dragons. You also seem to be related to the Phoenix clan. You also seem to have the bloodline of the Black Tortoise Divine Turtle clan. It's really strange." Little Xingxing looked at Jialo Kai Ling and blinked her eyes. Suddenly, her chubby and childish face revealed a smile. She walked toward Jialo Kai Ling with a harmless and childish smile. She said in a childish voice, "Auntie, you're too awesome. You've made those mixed-blood dragons obedient. You're really awesome." Looking at little Xingxing, who was walking toward her, Jialo Kai Ling was stunned. That little girl seemed to be very familiar with her. Looking at that childish smile, Jialo Kai Ling didn't know what to do. Her face, which was originally cold to the dragons, was replaced by a trace of coldness. Her beautiful face revealed a hint of charm, which was instantly captivating. "Little girl, the bloodline in your body seems to be related to those dragons, right?" Jialo Kai Ling looked at little Xingxing. She didn't completely believe that the little girl in front of her was smiling innocently. The aura of the little girl just now was absolutely tyrannical. "I'm not related to those mixed-blood dragons. Instead, I have a trace of the bloodline of the golden-winged Great Rock clan in my body. Technically speaking, I'm a member of the golden-winged Great Rock clan." Little Xingxing greets Auntie. Little Xingxing's face was full of smiles. She was completely familiar with them. Du Xiaofu was worried at the side. He wanted to pull little Xingxing back, but it was too late. Then, he saw that the little girl actually recognized her as a relative. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Looking at little Xingxing, Jialo Kai Ling's beautiful and valiant face was dazzled. It seemed that she had never met someone who recognized her as a relative. Then, Jialo Kai Ling smiled faintly. This faint smile was enough to attract all living beings. Her voice was crisp and pleasant. She said, "Little girl, you have a sweet mouth. Since you're not related to the dragons, then forget it. You have the blood of the golden-winged Great Rock clan in your body. Technically speaking, we're family. You can leave too." "Thank you very much, Auntie." Little Xingxing immediately thanked her. She immediately turned her head and looked at Du Xiaofu. She secretly winked at him and said, "Father, let's go." Du Xiaofu was stunned. He looked at little Xingxing's gaze. Little Xingxing was clearly asking him to take the opportunity to leave. He understood and was about to take the opportunity to leave. "Little girl, slow down. Is he your father?" However, before Du Xiaofu could move, Jialo Kai Ling pulled little Xingxing back. She looked at Du Xiaofu in front of her and looked at little Xingxing. Her golden eyes were filled with doubt and astonishment. "Of course, he is my father." Little Xingxing raised her little head and said seriously to Jialo Kai Ling. Jialo Kai Ling nodded. She looked at little Xingxing and said, "Since that's the case, then follow me back to the clan." "Thank you, Auntie. We won't go this time. We'll go when we have time in the future." Little Xingxing squeezed out a smile and pretended to be serious as she said to Jialo Kai Ling, "Let's go this time." Jialo Kai Ling insisted. There was a smile in her eyes as she looked at little Xingxing. "Father, run quickly." Suddenly, little Xingxing's figure swept to Du Xiaofu's side like a ghost. She pulled Du Xiaofu's hand and twisted the space, wanting to break through the air and escape. "You can't run away." Jialo Kai Ling appeared beside little Xingxing and Du Xiaofu like a ghost. Her tall and graceful figure emitted a faint fragrance. From her seductive figure, An invisible fluctuation of aura froze the surrounding space. A great pressure also descended in the space, making it impossible for little Xingxing and Du Xiaofu to escape. Be careful. Du Xiaofu protected little Xingxing behind him. At this moment, under the pressure of the familiar aura of the golden-winged rock, his chest was burning. The golden-winged rock's golden wings in his body fluctuated as if they were being pulled by some invisible force. In the end, even the blood in his body began to boil. "Father, let's fight it out with her." Little Xingxing poked her head out. Her eyes were solemn as she gritted her teeth. "Little girl, you change your attitude quite quickly. However, don't think about running away. If I'm in a bad mood, you guys will be the ones to suffer." Jialo Kai Ling smiled at little Xingxing. Her smile was moving, but it made Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing fearful. "This woman is as difficult to deal with as that woman." Du Xiaofu didn't frown. The woman in front of him reminded Du Xiaofu of the purple flame demonic phoenix. However, the purple flame demonic phoenix was as cold as ice. As for the woman in front of him, there was a knife hidden in her smile. In the previous second, she was smiling, but in the next second, she could turn hostile. Du Xiaofu also knew that the golden-winged rock clanswoman was too strong. Even if he used all his means, it would be difficult for him to escape. Moreover, he had little Xingxing by his side. He couldn't let anything happen to little Xingxing. "Auntie, why do you want us to go to your golden-winged rock clan?" "I eat a lot and I like to get into trouble. If you want me to go to your clan, you will regret it sooner or later. Why don't we part ways here?" Little Xingxing's chubby face squeezed out a smile once again. Her big eyes were shining. "It's okay. My golden-winged rock clan doesn't have anything for you to eat. If you dare to get into trouble, I will just lock you up." Jialo Kai Ling was calm. Her pale golden eyes were filled with a smile. "You," little Xingxing looked at Jialo Kai Ling angrily. She felt that she had met her nemesis. "Okay, we will go with you." Du Xiaofu raised his eyes slightly and looked at Jialo Kai Ling of the golden-winged rock clan. Then, he pointed at Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Guiche, Violent Bear King, Little Falcon, Little Ying, and even the Divine Ape King, Fire Dragon King, and the others. "Even the Zither Devil, Shangguanqi Xian," said to Jialo Kai Ling, "but they are with me. If you want to go, we will go together. Otherwise, we will fight you to the death and will not let you capture us." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Little Ying, Violent Bear King, and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Then, their eyes suddenly changed. Pairs of angry eyes stared at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, if looks could kill, Du Xiaofu would have been killed more than 100 times. Chapter 1295. Bastard! That guy is a bastard who harms others without benefiting himself. We've been tricked. That kid is trying to kill us. He's trying to drag us down with him. That bastard is too hateful. Violent Bear King, Little Ying, Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, and even Little Falcon were secretly cursing. A few days ago, Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King and the others' impression of Du Xiaofu had changed a little. However, at this moment, the impression of Du Xiaofu that they had worked so hard to improve in their hearts had completely disappeared. Everyone knew that Du Xiaofu was most likely doomed after entering the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan. There was no way out and there was no way out. However, Du Xiaofu still wanted to drag them down with him. He was clearly trying to drag a few of them down with him. "Palace Master, we're following you. Why do you have to drag us down with you?" Little Falcon was also muttering in his heart. It was obvious that entering the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan would not end well. They were definitely going to be unlucky. "Why the hell are you dragging me down with you at a time like this?" Among them, the most depressed person was the Zither demon, Shangguanqi Xian. The Zither demon, Shangguanqi Xian, did not expect that he would be pulled down by that bastard Du Xiaofu even though he had helped that kid deal with the dragons out of kindness. Du Xiaofu had fused with the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan's item. With the golden-winged Great Pung Bird Clan's tyrannical methods, Shangguanqi Xian could almost imagine the outcome. When the time came, they would definitely be in trouble. Why do you have to drag us down with you? We're not your people. The Divine Ape King, Fire Wrm King, Silver Blood Leopard King, and the others were as sullen as Shangguanqi Xian. The Divine Ape King and the others were followers of the Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor, but at this moment, the Demon King Du Xiaofu pointed at them without mercy. He was clearly dragging them into the fire pit. Jialo Kailing's gaze followed the direction Du Xiaofu was pointing at. Her eyes, which were emitting a faint golden radiance, swept across the area. Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Silver Blood Leopard King, and Fire Flood Dragon King were all frightened. They were all praying that Jialo Kailing would reject the Demon King Du Xiaofu. However, the result disappointed them. Jialo Kailing glanced at them and nodded. If you want to go, then let's go together. Who the hell wants to go? We don't want to go. Spirit Fantasy Tiger King, Savage Bear King, and the others were on the verge of collapse. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they simply wanted to rip Du Xiaofu to shreds. However, the Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King and the others knew that they couldn't do anything to the ferocious Du Xiaofu. As his followers, they couldn't say anything. Moreover, the Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King and the others didn't dare to say anything. If they provoked the experts of the golden-winged great rocks, they could be annihilated with a wave of their hands. Where's the heavenly beast tomb? Jialo Kailing looked at the messy mountain range in front of her. Then, she looked at Du Xiaofu, as if she was asking Du Xiaofu. It disappeared. Du Xiaofu replied. He wouldn't tell Jialo Kailing that the heavenly beast tomb was in his possession. Is that so? It seems like I still came to play. However, there was an unexpected harvest. Let's go. If anyone wants to escape, they'll have to bear the consequences. As her crisp voice faded, Jialo Kailing's slender legs took a step forward. She waved her delicate hand in front of her. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared and slowly expanded. Chi! Then, under everyone's gazes, Jialo Kailing's graceful figure stepped into the vortex. Du Xiaofu and Little Star looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They could only follow her into the vortex. Behind them, the Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Guiche, Little Ying, Little Falcon, Divine Ape King, Fire Dragon King, Silver Blood Leopard King, Zither Demon Shangguanqi Xian, and the others hesitated for a moment. They could only curse inwardly as they walked into the vortex. They knew very well that the experts of the golden-winged great rocks had their eyes on them. With their cultivation, it was impossible for them to escape. If they tried to do something to anger that woman, the consequences would be unbearable. When the last figure slowly entered the spatial vortex, the spatial crack slowly closed and disappeared. Huff! Huff! When that group of people completely disappeared, the surrounding beasts immediately began to pant heavily. Their eyes were filled with extreme shock. At first, the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, defeated the Dragon 7. Then, he joined forces with the Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor to fight against the Beast Region Realm Dragon, Long Bao. There was also the intervention of the Phoenix clan. Finally, the experts of the golden-winged great rocks arrived. They could send Long Bao flying with a wave of their hands. All of this stunned the beasts for a long time. This time, the Beast Region, the Four Seas, and Wudong Mountain will all make a move, said a ferocious beast. This time, the dragons, the phoenixes, and the golden-winged great rocks had all appeared. If news of this spread, it would be enough to shake the Four Seas. The mountain range rose and fell like a strange painting. Layer upon layer of mountains stretched out into the distance. The outlines were clear and distinct. At the end of the line of sight, the clouds and mountains were boundless. On top of a mountain peak, there were a dozen young men and women. They were dressed in golden robes and stood quietly. Their figures were tall and straight, and they all had imposing appearances. At this moment, these young men and women stood there. Invisible fluctuations of aura could freeze the surrounding space. Crackle, the space above the mountain peak suddenly rippled. A spatial vortex appeared. Looking at the spatial vortex, the young men and women stood up and raised their heads. Their eyes glowed with a golden light. A graceful figure walked out of the vortex. She was tall and slender, and her figure was valiant. Yet, she was charming and alluring. She was absolutely beautiful. It was Jialo Kaling of the golden-winged great rocks. Whoosh whoosh, Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing walked out from behind Jialo Kaling. Following behind them were Gui Che, Guqin Demon Shangguan Qixian, Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ing, Divine Ape King, Fire Dragon King, and others. Looking at Du Xiaofu and the others behind Jialo Kaling, the young men and women on the mountain peak were a little surprised. However, they soon calmed down. They bowed respectfully to Jialo Kaling and said, "Greetings, great commander. What a strong aura." They seemed to be from the golden-winged great rocks. Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on the young men and women. He raised his eyebrows. The aura of the young men and women was the supreme aura of the golden-winged great rocks. It was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to determine that these young men and women were not too old in the Beast Clan. However, the aura of each of them was at the level of a sovereign beast. This kind of talent was probably enough to crush human cultivators. At this moment, the Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and the others looked at the young men and women. They could feel the aura of the young men and women faintly permeating the air. It was enough to make them shudder. In particular, the aura of the young men and women made the Fantasy Tiger King and the other beast souls tremble. "Look after them and bring them back to the clan. If anyone dares to escape, just kill them," Jialo Kai Ling said to the dozen or so young men and women. Her graceful figure looked around and waved her hand. Suddenly, a bright talisman character flew out from her bosom. Soon after, it turned into a large ship that was dozens of feet long in the air. Boom! The large ship was very strange. It had sails but no oars. There were wings on both sides of the ship. It was ancient and had runes flowing around it. Its aura was extremely frightening. However, it did not seem to have an overbearing and sharp offensive aura. A celestial artifact. It's at least a middle-grade celestial artifact. The aura of the large ship made Du Xiaofu raise his eyebrows. The large ship was a celestial artifact. Whoosh! Jialo Kaling's beautiful figure flashed and jumped onto the large ship in midair. Her graceful figure was moving, and a faint fragrance filled the air. "Let's go. All of you get on." The young men and women stared at Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, Guqin Devil Shangguan Qixian, the Divine Ape King, Guiche, Little Ing, and the others. They waved their hands and urged them to get on the large ship. "Why are you so fierce? Be careful or I'll beat you up." Little Xingxing waved his little fist at the young men and women in front of him. He was very aggressive. Then, he jumped onto the large ship and left. "If it weren't for the fact that we all have the same blood, I would have eaten all of you. It would definitely be very nutritious." Du Xiaofu stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the young men and women in front of him with a face full of regret. The flesh and blood of the golden-winged great rocks was extremely precious. It was a pity that Du Xiaofu knew that he couldn't eat the golden-winged great rocks. If he were to eat the golden-winged great rocks, it would be no different from eating human flesh for Du Xiaofu. The blood of the golden-winged great rocks flowed in Du Xiaofu's body. Even the bones in Du Xiaofu's body were like the bones of the golden-winged great rocks. He really couldn't eat them. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu also jumped onto the large ship with Little Xingxing. Looking at Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing, the young men and women who were left behind were stunned. They couldn't figure out who the purple-robed young man and the little girl were. They actually dared to threaten the golden-winged great rocks. What's more, the purple-robed young man actually threatened to eat them. This made them think that they must have heard wrongly. Chapter 1296. Everyone, there's something wrong with the father and daughter. Don't lower yourself to their level. We'll board the ship now. Little Falcon walked out and said weakly to the stunned young men and women. He was afraid that the golden-winged great rocks would be angered by the cruel father and daughter. If that happened, everyone would be in trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Falcon immediately jumped onto the ship. He looked helplessly at Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing, feeling very sullen. Ghost Chariot and Guqin Demon Shangguan Qi Xian didn't say anything. They silently jumped onto the ship. Although the Divine Ape King, Little Ying, Phantom Tiger King, and the others had ugly expressions, they had no choice but to board the ship obediently. The young men and women of the golden-winged great rocks were a little surprised. The auras of these monster kings were not ordinary. They didn't know why the commander wanted to bring them back. However, they knew the commander's temper very well. They didn't dare to ask more and silently boarded the ship. Jialo Kai Ling waved her hand and the ship flapped its wings. Its aura swept through the air and suddenly soared into the sky. Whoosh! The space around the ship was faintly distorted. Finally, it leaped into the sky. The clouds on both sides of the ship flapped its wings twice. Its speed was as fast as lightning as it swept across the sky and left. It's so fast. Du Xiaofu looked at the clouds on both sides of the ship and thought to himself. When Du Xiaofu looked at Jialo Kai Ling again, he saw that she was already sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship with her eyes closed. Hurry up and heal. Du Xiaofu looked around. He didn't care about the murderous gazes of the Phantom Tiger King, Fire Dragon King, Divine Ape King, and the others. He took out a lot of spiritual herbs from his Qiankuan bag and stuffed them into his mouth. He also took out a lot of spiritual herbs and gave them to Little Xingxing. He signaled Little Xingxing to start healing. When they reached the golden-winged great rocks, although he didn't know what would happen, Du Xiaofu knew that he had to recover to his peak to have a chance to escape. In the territory of the golden-winged great rocks, as long as there was a chance, it was not impossible to escape. After all, Du Xiaofu still had some confidence in the few escape methods he had on him. Sitting cross-legged, Du Xiaofu circulated the cultivation method of the golden-winged great rocks. Then, he was enveloped in a layer of golden energy. A faint golden light accompanied the golden talisman engravings. Du Xiaofu used the golden rock technique to refine the elixir energy in his body for his own use, quickly recovering from his injuries. Du Xiaofu's immortal Xian body also came into play at this moment. Indistinct purple-gold electric arcs that were difficult to detect flowed within his body, causing his injuries to heal rapidly. However, Du Xiaofu's injuries weren't light this time. The most serious injury was the shattering of his meridian spirit. It would take a lot of time for him to fully recover with his current chaotic element martial honorable cultivation. Little Xingxing also sat cross-legged. After consuming many elixirs, his body was also enveloped in a faint, complicated glow. It was dazzling and hazy, and his aura was very powerful. The Zither Demon, Shangguan Qi Xian, and Gui Che also sat cross-legged on Class A and began to recover from their injuries. The Fantasy Tiger King, Raging Bear King, and Little Ying looked at each other. In the end, they also began to meditate quietly. Why is it the cultivation method of the golden-winged great rocks? Not long after Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and his body was enveloped by the golden energy halo, the gazes of the dozen or so young men and women standing around the large ship were stunned as they looked at Du Xiaofu. Their eyes revealed doubtful expressions. As disciples of the golden-winged great rocks, they naturally knew very well that the aura radiating from the purple-robed young man was definitely the aura of the true golden-winged great rocks. Even the cultivation method was exactly the same. There was no difference at all. It was exactly the same as the cultivation method they cultivated. Jialo Kai Ling, who was resting with her eyes closed, quietly opened her eyes. A faint golden brilliance surged out from the depths of her eyes. She looked at Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged. Astonishment surged out from the depths of her eyes. Time slowly passed. The large ship flapped its wings and carried everyone through the sky. Amidst the clouds and mist, no one knew where they would end up. Kyushu was already in a state of turmoil. The evil spirit war affected the entire Kyushu. In Shang Prefecture, the Evil Purifying Alliance was the first to wipe out all the evil spirit. There were also many prefectures that were ambushed by the evil spirits in the final bloody battle. They suffered heavy losses. Blood flowed like rivers and whales were everywhere. By the time the martial domain realm experts from the top forces of those prefectures arrived, those evil spirits had already vanished into thin air. They had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. The demon emperor has already escaped. The great tribulation of heaven and earth is about to begin. What will come will come. One day, there was such a soft sigh that seemed to come from the depths of the firmament. It made many old figures sitting cross-legged on Kyushu tremble for no reason. The soft sigh made them feel uneasy for no reason. The news that the demon king Du Xiaofu had not fallen and had already appeared in Shang Prefecture had finally spread to the central prefecture. It made the central prefecture, which was relatively quiet because there were not many evil spirits invading it, suddenly boil over. Under the pursuit of the devil religion and the divine light court, the demon king Du Xiaofu was still alive. It was said that he had left behind a lot of illustrious reputation in Shang Prefecture. This made many people in the central prefecture sigh. The demon king Du Xiaofu is not dead. He is still fine in Shang Prefecture. It is said that he has even become the supervisor of the Hehuan school. Do you think that the demon king will come back to seek revenge on the divine light court and the devil religion? Of course he will seek revenge. The demon king Du Xiaofu is a vengeful person. His potential is amazing, and he has a lot of support behind him. The ancient sky sect has not made a move yet because they are waiting for the demon king Du Xiaofu to return. The demon king Du Xiaofu's talent is extremely terrifying. Once he returns to the central prefecture one day, the devil religion and the divine light court will have to face his bloody revenge. Once that demon king returns, I'm afraid the entire central continent will be plunged into a bloodbath. Although the demon king Du Xiaofu had disappeared from the central prefecture for a long time, the news that the demon king Du Xiaofu was not dead still caused a huge commotion in the central prefecture. There were all kinds of discussions, and it even became the topic of many people's leisure time. Many people in the central prefecture knew about the demon king Du Xiaofu's character. He was incomparably ferocious and vengeful. When he escaped to the Shang Prefecture under the joint attack of the devil religion and the divine light court, it was no different from letting a tiger return to the mountain. When the demon king returned to the central prefecture one day, not only the divine light court, but also the devil religion would pay a heavy price for their actions in massacring the Seven-Star Hall. Uncle Du is not dead. He is in the Shang Prefecture. The president is fine. He is in the Shang Prefecture now. He will come back one day. On the ancient sky sect, many disciples were happily discussing. Master is useless. I can't take revenge on the devil religion and the divine light court for you. When you come back one day, even if I have to stake my old bones, I will help you pay for it with your blood and take back everything. On the mountain peak, an old man in a white robe stood quietly. He had the demeanor of an immortal. He had white hair and a white beard, and he carried an ancient sword on his back. At this moment, his eyes flickered with a sharp light, as if a sharp sword was about to shoot out. Desolate country, Stone City. At the back of the mountain of the Du family, a young man stood. He had a strong body, and his robe fluttered slightly. His shoulder-length black robe fluttered, and there was a faint glow of qi flowing on his bronze skin. The desolate country must become stronger. When third brother returns one day, the desolate country will be a sharp force to massacre the divine light court. The young man raised his eyes. His eyes flickered with lightning, and his expression was cold. Beside the young man, a tall woman raised her head slightly. She had a graceful figure, and her long black hair was as smooth as a waterfall. Her hair was tied up loosely, and her beautiful face was filled with lightning and coldness at this moment. Looking at the blood-red setting sun, the woman's red lips parted slightly, and a cold voice spread out. One day, the Dew family will massacre the Divine Light Court. At dusk, the setting sun shrouded the earth. He is really lucky. He didn't die, and he even escaped to the Shang prefecture. In the courtyard of the great Luan Sek's mountain peak, a tall and slender young man with golden hair and a red robe stood quietly. His eyes were bright, and there was a faint coldness in them that made people not dare to look at him directly. He was the reincarnated saint of the great Luan sect, Dongli Chihuang. Back then, he lost at the lightning platform and only took second place. Later on, he thought that he could regain his reputation in the Tianhuang mainland, but who knew that he would lose again? Since then, he had been silent. However, Dong Lichi did not collapse. He was the reincarnated saint of the great Luan sect, and he had the state of mind of his previous life. This setback was not enough to destroy him. During these years of silence, Dongli Chihuang had been working hard to cultivate and strive to regain the strength of his heyday. Heaven did not disappoint those who worked hard. With the support of the great Luan sect's cultivation resources, Dong Lichi's cultivation had improved at an astonishing speed. That kid is really lucky. However, you have to remember, although the middle prefecture is big, Kyushu is even bigger. We don't know if there are any descendants of that clan left. As long as we can find them, not only the entire middle prefecture, but our great Luan sect will be able to stand proudly in Kyushu. An old man who looked somewhat similar to Dongli Chihuang looked at Dongli Chihuang with radiance in his eyes. He said, "Kyushu is in chaos now, and I'm afraid a great calamity is coming. This is the best time for our great Luan sect to rise. Our hope is on you. The great calamity is coming, and Kyushu will be in chaos. I'm looking forward to it." Dongli Chihuang's eyes moved, and his body seemed to be filled with radiance. His faint voice was heard, and people who heard it felt as if a wave of warmth entered their hearts, and their minds rippled. He secretly sneered and said, "Du Xiaofu, I was too careless back then. Next time, you won't have the chance to turn things around." "You still want to deal with Du Xiaofu?" The old man looked at Dongli Chihuang, and his eyes were deep in thought. He said, "That kid is from the Divine Light Court and the Devil Religion." Chapter 1297. I now suspect that the benefits that were sealed in the ancient land had fallen into the hands of that brat. Evil spirits were born in the 8 continents of Kyushu, but there were no evil spirits in the central continent. Only that brat had entered the divine thunder cauldron. A cold glint flashed through the eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix's eyes. Thinking back to the past, she recalled many strange things. After pausing for a moment, Dongli Chihuang murmured, "I've already obtained the Dragon Chi from the Imperial Palace of the Stone Dragon Empire. Although I've obtained the Divine Thunder Body refinement from the Divine Thunder Cauldron, it's still not enough. If the benefits that Brat obtained from the Divine Thunder Cauldron ultimately fall into my hands, I'll be able to advance further." The Divine Thunder Cauldron that was sealed in the ancient land was indeed a little strange. The old man's eyes flickered and he nodded slightly. "However, I believe that the Divine Light Court and the Devil Religion will not let that brat off. The Divine Light Court is nothing to worry about. The Divine Light Court is only relying on the Devil Religion. However, I wonder what the Devil Religion's intentions are after appearing." Dongli Chihuang was silent for a moment. Then, he asked the old man, "Is there any news about Shengnan?" Hearing this, the old man hesitated for a moment. Then, with reverence, he said, "We've already found out that Shengnan should be in the Divine Light Court. She seems to have been in seclusion all this time. She hasn't shown her face in all these years." Shengnan. Dongli Chihuang's eyes flickered. As the reincarnated saint of the great Luan sect, He had the mentality of his previous life. He could be said to be the pride of the heavens, not only in the Great Luan sect, but even in the entire central continent. There were countless talented female disciples who were attracted to him. However, Cheng Xingnan had always been lukewarm. Even during their engagement, she was still lukewarm. Every time they met, she would smile like a blooming flower. However, Dongli Chihuang could feel that he had never truly entered her heart. However, he was moved by her. He wanted the Dragon Chi of the Stone Dragon Empire's imperial palace, and he didn't intend to let the person in question go either. He, Dongli Chihuang, had his eyes on something. He couldn't let it fall into the hands of others, not to mention that it was related to that brat, Du Xiaofu. Could it be that he, the dignified Dongli Chihuang, the reincarnated saint of the Great Luan sect, could not even compare to a brat who was still wet behind the ears? Red Phoenix, the Divine Light Court, has an extraordinary relationship with the devil religion. They have already become the target of public criticism. It's best that we stay away from the Divine Light Court. The Great Wheel sect has been planning for a long time. We can't afford to make any mistakes. The old man pondered for a moment. He looked at Dongli Chihuang and reminded him. The Great Wheel sect had been preparing for a long time. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes. I was the one who prepared for the Great Wheel sect. I know what I'm doing. Dongli Chihuang looked at the old man and said. His spirit fluctuated in his eyes, and his aura made the old man's heart tremble. He said, Although you are my father, you don't need to say anything when I do things. I understand. The old man's eyes were filled with respect, and he nodded. I heard that brat has some treasures in his stone city. Dongli Chihuang's lips curved into a faint sneer. He said softly, The desolate country seems to be developing well. I wonder what will happen if that brat comes back and finds out that the desolate country has disappeared. If we attack the desolate country, the Ancient Heaven sect will not stand by and do nothing. The Profound Charm sect might also intervene. The old man was a little worried. He was the leader of the Great Wheel sect, Dongli Changgu. He was aware of the situation in the central continent. We don't have to do it alone. Dongli Chihuang smiled and said, Kyushu is going to be in chaos. Ambitious and ruthless people are born in troubled times. Ruthless and ruthless people are the ones who are unscrupulous. Walala, high up in the sky, the big ship was moving. 2 white clouds overflowed rapidly as if they were soaring in the sea of clouds. On the first class of the ship, little Xingxing had stopped her breathing. She looked at Jialo Kai Ling affectionately with her innocent and childish face. She said with a childish voice, Aunt Kai Ling, you are so beautiful. You are as beautiful as my 2 mothers. Little girl, you have a sweet mouth. Jialo Kai Ling stood quietly and looked at the little girl in front of her. She knew that this little girl was not as innocent as she looked. She was definitely the ferocious little demon king who could change his face at any time. However, looking at the smile on the chubby little face, Jialo Kaling couldn't help but secretly like her. She asked curiously, Why do you have 2 mothers? It's not 2. Little Xingxing counted with her little fingers and said seriously to Jialo Kai Ling, I have 3 mothers. I have not seen my real mother. My 2 godmothers are very beautiful and love me very much. Now I have you as my aunt. You know how to claim kinship. Jialo Kai Ling's valiant face revealed a smile. She looked at Du Xiaofu, who was not far away, and said, So, that human is also your godfather? Little Xingxing rolled her eyes and looked at Jialo Kai Ling. She said, My godfather is not a human. He is from the golden-winged Great Rock clan. It's true. Little Xingxing was not stupid. She knew that her father had fused with the golden wings of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. If he was from the golden-winged Great Rock clan, he would be in big trouble. As a member of the Beast clan, little Xingxing knew that the golden-winged Great Rock clan would never let a human obtain the golden wings of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. It would be a stain on the golden-winged Great Rock clan. Little girl, do you think I'm stupid? Jialo Kai Ling rolled her eyes at little Xingxing. This little girl really did not speak the truth. That guy was clearly a human. It's true. I'm not lying to you. My father is really from the golden-winged Great Rock clan. Little Xingxing insisted that her father was from the golden-winged Great Rock clan and definitely not a human. Golden-winged Great Rock, my ass. Little girl, you're lying. That guy is clearly a human. Not far away, the zither devil, Shangguanqi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. Under his thick eyebrows, his eyes were like flowing spring water. At this moment, he did not look good. His temperament, which was as gentle as the wind, also revealed some helplessness. The zither devil, Shangguanqi Xian, knew that all of this was because of that ferocious guy, Du Xiaofu. When he arrived at the golden-winged Great Rock clan, the zither devil, Shangguanqi Xian, had already thought of his own outcome. He was afraid that he would either be eaten by the golden-winged Great Rock clan as a snack or become a battle servant in the end. If he had known earlier, he would have compromised with Huang Ling. Then, he would not have ended up in such a situation. Jialo Kai Ling looked at little Xingxing's serious expression. Then, she looked at Du Xiaofu, who was doing breathing exercises. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a faint golden radiance. At this moment, Jialo Kai Ling was also very confused. She could tell that the purple-robed guy was definitely a human. However, she could also feel that the aura of the golden-winged Great Rock clan was clearly on the human's body. Even the cultivation technique that he was using was exactly the same. They were of the same origin. If it was a human, even if he had merged with the golden-winged Great Rock, it was impossible for his aura to be so similar. He could even use the same cultivation technique. This was too strange. Auntie Kai Ling, when we arrive at the golden-winged Great Rock clan, you won't make things difficult for my father, right? Little Xingxing raised his head and looked at Jialo Kai Ling. His bewitching eyes were watery, making one's heart soften. What do you think? Jialo Kai Ling didn't seem to be affected by little Xingxing's words. She looked directly at the white clouds in the distance. This woman is too difficult to deal with. Little Xingxing muttered to himself. He was so angry that he pouted. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that he couldn't defeat Jialo Kai Ling of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, he would have immediately turned hostile. Jialo Kai Ling glanced at little Xingxing from the corner of her eyes. She was pouting and had an angry expression on her face. She was secretly smiling. She deliberately didn't look at the little girl. Even though she knew that the little girl was pretending to be pitiful, she still couldn't help but feel her heart soften. That guy seems to be a little special. Jialo Kai Ling's beautiful eyes unintentionally glanced at the purple-robed figure enveloped by the golden energy halo. Curiosity rose in her heart. That purple-robed young man dared to fight against dragons in the beast domain realm. He even had a bunch of monster kings following him. Furthermore, he was the little girl's godfather. This wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. And now, even she found it difficult to distinguish whether that human brat was a human or a golden-winged Great Rock clan. Walala, on the large ship, golden light fluctuated and the aura was domineering. At this moment, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly recovered his rosy complexion. The speed of recovery stunned many people around him. After a long time, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body began to slowly withdraw. The golden rune light around his body was like countless golden energy snakes that mysteriously drilled into his body and disappeared. Boom! After everything was withdrawn, Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. He withdrew the hand seal in his hand, and a golden light shot out from his eyes into the sky. The aura shook the surrounding space, and the big ship suddenly became sluggish and swayed unsteadily. What a powerful aura! This is the aura of our clan. The dozen or so young men and women from the golden-winged Great Rock clan trembled. They felt that the aura released from the purple-robed young man's body was indeed the aura of their clan. In just an instant, the overbearing, fierce, and vigorous aura around Du Xiaofu's body was gradually restrained until it completely disappeared in the end. Phew! A mouthful of turbid air was spat out from his abdomen. He felt that the originally exhausted profound energy in his spirit gate had recovered quite a bit. The injuries on his body were no longer a problem. Du Xiaofu's expression relaxed a little. However, the profound energy in his body hadn't completely recovered. Chapter 1298. Du Xiaofu's consciousness entered the heavenly beast hall in his divine watchtower. Within the vast space of the heavenly beast hall, the purple flame demonic phoenix's aura continued to rise. After leaving the heavenly beast tomb, the restrictions in the space would disappear and everything would return to normal. Du Xiaofu also relaxed. He was willing to follow Jialo Kaling because he was worried that the purple flame demonic phoenix would have to leave the heavenly beast tomb as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the purple flame demonic phoenix wanted to break through, it would definitely be affected in the heavenly beast tomb. At this moment, Du Xiaofu hoped that the purple flame demonic phoenix could break through again. Even if it didn't break through, as long as the purple flame demonic phoenix could help, they would have a chance to escape. Du Xiaofu knew that although the purple flame demonic phoenix was not easy to deal with, she would at least help for little Xingxing. Come with me. I have something to ask you. As Du Xiaofu was deep in thought, a clear voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears. A tall and beautiful figure directly walked past him and entered a palace behind Class A. It was Jialo Kaling. Du Xiaofu stood up and looked at Jialo Kaling's tall figure. If she was a real human, her figure would be quite good. If she left the beast region and went to Kyushu, she would be a disaster for Kyushu. Dad, be careful. That woman is very difficult to deal with. She won't listen to reason or force. While Du Xiaofu was lost in his thoughts, little Xingxing came to Du Xiaofu's side and whispered a warning to Du Xiaofu. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Du Xiaofu. I told that woman that you're from the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Don't let the cat out of the bag. Be careful. Du Xiaofu patted the back of Little Star's head and glanced at the Phantom Tiger King, the Ghost Chariot, the Divine Ape King, the Zither Demon, Shangguanqi Xian, and the others who had opened their eyes. Du Xiaofu shook his purple robe and followed Jialo Kaling into the palace behind the ship. The palace wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was extremely exquisite and gave off a simple and unadorned aura. In a small hall, Du Xiaofu quietly looked at Jialo Kaling. Her aura was oppressive. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very elegant. For men, this kind of woman was extremely tempting. Have you seen enough? Jialo Kaling looked at Du Xiaofu. Her red lips parted slightly as she said softly, Tell me, how do you know the cultivation technique of the golden-winged great rocks and can even cultivate it? Du Xiaofu recalled little Xingxing's words. His eyes shifted slightly and he said, I'm a golden-winged great peng. Brat, the little girl's tricks won't work on me. I'm not stupid. At the same time, a leisurely fragrance assailed his nostrils. Jialo Kailing's tall figure had already appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. She said softly, You'd better tell me the truth. Otherwise, the one who will suffer will be you. Don't test my patience. This woman is really difficult to deal with. Du Xiaofu's expression changed slightly. However, he knew that if he really offended this woman at this time, he would be in for a lot of trouble. A man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. It's better to bear with it for now. People under the eaves have no choice but to lower their heads. Who asked him to be weak? I'm really a golden-winged great peng. If you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. Du Xiaofu shrugged his shoulders. If he admitted that he was a human and had integrated with the Great Peng's golden wings, he was afraid that he would really be in trouble. Anyway, the blood in his body was almost the same as the blood of the golden-winged Great Peng. After his resurrection, his bones had been nourished by the blood essence of the golden-winged Great Peng in his chest. At this time, Du Xiaofu could only grit his teeth and endure that he was a golden-winged great peng. Do you really think that I have a good temper? Jialo Kai Ling was slightly angry. She stretched out her hand, and a claw print directly seized Du Xiaofu's shoulder. A golden light suddenly surged into Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled. The golden light flashed, and then quietly disappeared. Anyway, he couldn't beat Jialo Kai Ling. Du Xiaofu didn't intend to struggle. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly suffer more. As her hand clasped Du Xiaofu's shoulder, a golden light gushed out. Jialo Kai Ling's beautiful face suddenly changed color. She seemed to have felt something. Her beautiful eyes kept fluctuating, as if she had seen the most incredible thing. You have reached the third level of the body refining technique, to refine the divine body. You also have the secret bone of my clan in your body. How is this possible? Jialo Kai Ling was surprised. She raised her delicate hand, and then a lot of handprints fell on Du Xiaofu's body. She carefully checked, and even the secret place under Du Xiaofu's abdomen was not missed. There is a difference between men and women. Du Xiaofu hurriedly dodged. Who knew that this woman would be so open? His whole body was touched. This was a big loss. Why are you dodging? What haven't I seen before? Jialo Kai Ling glared at Du Xiaofu. She clasped one of her hands on Du Xiaofu's palm. A golden light, like a blade, streaked across the tip of her delicate finger, and a light golden blood overflowed. Chi! With a flip of her delicate hand, a suction force gushed out from her palm. Jialo Kai Ling wrapped the light golden blood in Du Xiaofu's palm into a rune on her palm. Damn, what are you trying to do? Du Xiaofu took a few steps back. He then looked at the rune on Jialo Kai Ling's palm, and his eyes were filled with curiosity. At this moment, the golden rune on Jialo Kai Ling's delicate palm shone brightly. Voila! Du Xiaofu could see with his own eyes that his blood had turned into a light golden rune. In the end, it faintly condensed into a small phantom of a golden-winged rock. Then, it disappeared. The real rock blood of my golden-winged rock clan. This is impossible. How can it be so strange? Jialo Kai Ling retracted her hand and looked at Du Xiaofu again. Her light golden eyes seemed to have seen the most incredible thing. During the inspection, Jialo Kai Ling was able to confirm that the boy was obviously a human, but he had the real rock blood of the golden-winged rock clan and the mystic bones of the golden-winged rock clan. More importantly, the human had cultivated the body refining technique to the third level. Even with her current efforts, she had only reached the second level of bone washing and marrow cleansing. In the entire golden-winged rock clan, there were only a handful of people who could reach the third level of the body refining technique, regardless of their age. As long as one was able to cultivate to the third level of the body refinement technique, one would become the most powerful existence in the clan. As the leader of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan and the great commander of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, Jialo Kai Ling was well aware of how difficult it was for her clan's disciples to cultivate to the third level of the body refining technique. However, once they succeeded, their future achievements could be imagined. Therefore, at this moment, Jialo Kai Ling couldn't help but be deeply shocked. Du Xiaofu looked at Jialo Kai Ling. He could guess that the woman was inspecting him just now. Golden light flashed and healed the bloodstain on his palm. He shrugged and said, "How is it? I told you that I'm from the golden-winged rock clan. Don't think that I'm a fool. Do you really think that I can't see through it? If it were other clans, you might be able to protect them. However, in front of the real golden-winged rock clan, you can't hide it." Jialo Kai Ling looked at Du Xiaofu and slowly recovered from her surprise. She glared at Du Xiaofu and said, "Although I don't know why such a thing happened and it's inconceivable, you are undoubtedly a human. Your primordial spirit is a human and not a beast soul. This can't be hidden." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu was stunned. Jialo Kai Ling was really difficult to deal with. Indeed, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit was not a beast soul. Since Du Xiaofu cultivated the golden-winged rock technique, he had the bones of the golden-winged rock. Even the blood in his body was no different from that of the golden-winged rock clan. However, in Du Xiaofu's heart, he was a human. He was a member of the human race. Chapter 1299. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly as he looked at Jialo Kaling. He then said, "What does it matter if I'm a real golden-winged rock or not? Over the years, I've sometimes considered myself a member of the golden-winged rock clan. Although I'm a human, it's because of the golden-winged rock clan that I've been able to reach where I am today. In my heart, the human race and the golden-winged rock clan are all the same." Jialo Kaling looked at Du Xiaofu and listened to his words. She had to admit that she was quite touched. A human with the blood of the golden-winged rock, the bones of the golden-winged rock, and the cultivation method of the golden-winged rock. Was he a human or a golden-winged rock? Perhaps, whether he was a human or a member of the golden-winged rock clan did not matter much to him. Where did the golden-winged rock wings on your body come from? Although the bones of the golden-winged rock have miraculously merged with you, they don't belong to you. You'd better tell me honestly. Jialo Kaling asked. Although she was quite touched, it was of no use to the golden-winged rock clan. The remains of the golden-winged rock clan could not be tarnished. If anyone dared to touch them, the golden-winged rock clan would definitely chase them to the ends of the earth. They would not let them go. If anyone dared to have designs on the descendants of the golden-winged rock clan and wanted to dig out the treasures for their own use, they would suffer the most intense revenge from the entire golden-winged rock clan. This matter concerned the dignity of the entire golden-winged rock clan. Jialo Kaling, like all the other descendants of the golden-winged rock clan, attached great importance to this matter. She was a member of the golden-winged rock clan, so she naturally had to protect the clan. I accidentally obtained the bones of the golden-winged rock. About 7 or 8 years ago, I was escaping from my enemies in a mountain range. I accidentally saw a golden-winged rock and an unknown but extremely powerful ferocious beast fighting. In the end, the golden-winged rock and the ferocious beast perished together. However, before that ferocious beast died, for some reason, it placed the secret bone of the golden-winged great rock into my body, causing me to almost lose my life. Later on, I accidentally discovered that I could cultivate the cultivation method of the golden-winged great rock clan. Du Xiaofu did not hide anything from Jialo Kaling. This woman was not ordinary, and he was afraid that he would not be able to hide anything from her. However, Du Xiaofu didn't dare to say that it was the purple flame demonic phoenix that fought with the golden-winged great rock. If Jialo Kaling knew about it, she would probably start a war with the entire golden-winged great rock clan against the purple flame demonic phoenix clan. Looking at Jialo Kaling, Du Xiaofu continued, "I obtained the golden rock wings by accident in a secret place. I comprehended many supreme beast abilities of the golden-winged rock clan, and the golden rock wings automatically recognized me as its master." Jialo Kaling's beautiful golden eyes glowed as she stared at Du Xiaofu. Her eyebrows moved slightly as she listened to Du Xiaofu's words. She felt that this human didn't seem to be talking nonsense. After pondering for a while, Jialo Kaling said softly, "Decades ago, a disciple of my clan was greedy for the prosperity of the outside world, so he secretly left the clan. All these years, we haven't found a single one of them. If what you said is true, then the golden-winged great rock that you saw fighting with the ferocious beast should be it. You miraculously merged with the secret bone of the golden-winged great rock clan. Under its effect, your body is the closest to the golden-winged great rock clan. That's why you were able to get the golden rock wings to recognize you as its master. I have seen your golden rock wings. It's very old and has an extraordinary origin. With your current strength, you are still far from being able to unleash its true power. The golden rock wings should also be an ancient artifact. You said that you obtained it in a secret place." At this moment, Jialo Kaling really couldn't find any doubts. She could only say that this situation was too unbelievable. A human being was actually able to practice the cultivation technique of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. Even his body was incomparably close to the golden-winged Great Rock Clan's level. It was unbelievable. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, what I said is true. It's up to you to believe it or not. Du Xiaofu spread out his hands. Anyway, he had basically said the truth. Whether what you said is true or not, I will take you back to the clan. At that time, the elders of the clan will make a decision. Jialo Kaling looked at Du Xiaofu with a slightly gentler gaze and said, "Fortunately, you didn't try to disrespect the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. As long as what you said is true, the clan will at most dig out your secret bone and pull out the golden rock wings. It's not impossible for them to spare your life." "That's too ruthless. You can't blame me for this. Isn't the golden-winged Great Rock Clan too overbearing?" Du Xiaofu frowned and dug out the secret bone of the golden-winged Great Rock from his body. The secret bone had already completely merged with his body. At that time, how could he be spared? He was afraid that he would die without a doubt. "There's no reason. If you're not convinced, you can leave in front of me now." Jialo Kai Ling looked at Du Xiaofu with a faint smile on her face. However, her face was so captivating that it could captivate one's soul. Her voice was crisp and moving. She said word by word, "The precondition is that you can leave before me. Otherwise, you will suffer. The weak are prey to the strong. There's no such thing as logic in this world. It's a competition of whose fist is bigger. Only the bigger fist is reasonable." Du Xiaofu's words were stuck in his throat. A wry smile appeared on his lips. He didn't say anything more. The golden-winged Great Rock Clan was originally overbearing. They didn't even care about the dragons and phoenixes. How could they reason with him? Perhaps one day, he could become the most tyrannical expert in the world and have the absolute strength to face the entire golden-winged Great Rock Clan. At that time, the golden-winged Great Rock Clan might reason with him. Du Xiaofu sighed softly. If he wanted to have the strength to face the entire golden-winged Great Rock Clan, how far would he have to go? Jialo Kaling slowly sat down on the seat beside him. She waved her slender and elegant hands gently. She looked at Du Xiaofu. A complicated fluctuation flashed through her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she signaled Du Xiaofu to sit down on the empty seat beside her. She asked, "Why did you choose to cultivate the cultivation technique of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan?" Du Xiaofu didn't stand on ceremony when he saw her signal. He directly sat down on the seat and said, "Back then, I couldn't cultivate and was just a cripple. I accidentally obtained the secret bone of the golden-winged Great Rock. I didn't expect that it would allow me to cultivate. It can be considered a coincidence." Hearing this, Jialo Kaling's eyes changed again. She asked, "Back then, you couldn't cultivate?" Du Xiaofu nodded and smiled faintly. "As far as I know, among the humans, those who can't cultivate don't have a good life. Is that why they are hunted down?" Jialo Kaling asked curiously. "It's all right." Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at Jialo Kaling. However, back then in Shur City, when he thought about it now, it wasn't a big deal. He then smiled and said, "Since I was young, I have a drunkard father. My elder sister and second brother have been very good to me." "You have an elder sister?" Jialo Kaling's red lips slightly opened. At this moment, she seemed to be unconsciously gentle to Du Xiaofu. "My uncle's daughter." Du Xiaofu couldn't help but think of his elder sister, Du Xiaoman, and Shi Cheng's relatives. After being in Shangzhou for so long, Shi Cheng must have already known about his disappearance during the bloody battle in the Seven-Star Hall. Everyone should be very worried about him at this moment. His master and the others in the Ancient Heaven sect should also be worried. Looking at Du Xiaofu's thoughtful expression, Jialo Kaling's lips curled up. She had been looking at Du Xiaofu, and there seemed to be a faint trace of sadness in her eyes. However, it disappeared in a flash, and it was hard to catch. After a moment of silence, Jialo Kaling opened her mouth and said to Du Xiaofu, "You should obediently return to my clan. You didn't attack my golden-winged great rock clan. I will explain it to the elders and try to spare your life. How about you let me go now and pretend that you never saw me?" Hearing this, Du Xiaofu immediately stared at Jialo Kaling. It seemed that this woman who seemed difficult to deal with wasn't too difficult. Her temper seemed to have improved a lot. "In your dreams." Jialo Kaling glared at Du Xiaofu, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a perfect arc. She was interested. She smiled at Du Xiaofu and said softly, "However, I can let you escape. However, if you can't escape from my hands, I will directly pull out your secret bone and tear down your great rock golden wings. Then, I will spare your life. How about that?" "Spare your grandma's bear." Du Xiaofu cursed in his heart. However, he could only mutter in his heart and didn't dare to curse out loud. "Not good, someone is attacking us." Suddenly, just as Du Xiaofu was muttering in his heart, Jialo Kaling's face suddenly darkened, and the beautiful figure that was sitting upright disappeared. Bang bang! At the same time, a huge sonic boom came from the big ship. Under a huge impact, the big ship shook, and a terrifying energy surged out. Chapter 1300. Rumble. The space around the ship trembled as spatial turbulence erupted. What's going on? Who dares to ambush the golden-winged great rocks? At the same time, the Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and Little Ing Ying's shocked voices immediately reverberated in the surroundings. Bang! 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 At the same time, the ship actually cracked and shattered from the terrifying impact. In the end, it exploded into fragments. Run! The Fantasy Tiger King, Ape King, and Fire Wyrm King all cried out and immediately retreated. Even if they were caught in the blast of energy from the destruction of the ship and the cracks of the ritual artifact, it would still be quite severe. As the ship exploded, talismans surged. Even space seemed to be torn apart as a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Which scoundrel dares to ambush us golden-winged great rocks? Looks like you're tired of living. Get the hell out here! Over a dozen young men and women from the golden-winged great rocks appeared in the air. They all erupted with golden light and their auras were extremely domineering. They were like golden suns hovering above the sea of clouds. It was an extremely shocking sight. How arrogant of you juniors! Do you think the golden-winged great rocks are that great? A gloomy roar rang out in the sky like a dragon's roar. Swish! Suddenly, a dark golden streak shot out from the thick sea of clouds. It seemed to have turned into the silhouette of a huge dragon. It swept towards the young men and women from the golden-winged great rocks with terrifying might. Boom! The dark golden streak of light was just too powerful. Under the pressure, no one below the Beast Domain realm would be able to withstand it. It was a true Beast Domain realm cultivator attacking. So it's dragons. You bastards dare to ambush us? You're courting death. Jialo Kaling's beautiful figure appeared out of thin air in front of more than a dozen young men and women of the golden-winged Great Rocks clan. Her face was furious, and her tender face was cold. Her delicate hand directly slapped at the dark golden light in front of her. Rumble, in an instant, strands of golden talisman inscriptions swept out from Jialo Kaling's slender palm. They shattered space and brought with them spatial turbulence. They directly dispersed the streak of light. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu appeared in the air, and leapt out of the ship that had exploded. He couldn't help but feel heartache as he watched the ship shatter into pieces. An impressive mid-tier ritual artifact had been destroyed just like that. "Dad, what do we do?" Little Xingxing appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. His small face scanned the surroundings at this moment, and a surprised expression appeared in his eyes. The Ape Divine Ape King, Guiche, Guqin Demon Shangguanqiu, Little Falcon, Wild Bear King, Phantom Tiger King, and Phantom Tiger King, and so on instinctively, they all on Jialo. Who dares to sneak attack the golden-winged great rocks? However, that aura seems to belong to the dragon race. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly as he sensed the aura just now. He whispered to Little Star, Phantom Tiger King, Ghost Chariot, and the others, "Be careful later." TSK. Sure enough, Jialo Kaling. She wasn't suppressed in the heavenly beast tomb, but she's only SOSO outside. I was almost fooled. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the clouds in the sky surged and the space rippled. A loud laughter resounded through the sea of clouds in all directions. Then, in the rippling space, figures emerged one after another, and a terrifying aura spread out. Dragons! When Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, Phantom Tiger King, Guiche, Guqin Demon, and the Ape Divine Ape King saw the group of people coming out of the space, they were shocked. They were Long Feng, Long Bao, and Long Ba, who had left the heavenly beast tomb in a sorry state. Other than the heavily injured Long Qi, there were no less than 30 experts in the group of dragons. Their bodies were filled with the aura of dragons. Even if they weren't the descendants of pure-blooded dragons, they should be of extremely high bloodline. Why did they come back? Du Xiaofu was surprised. Long Feng and Long Bao actually dared to come back. They even launched a sneak attack and summoned dozens of dragons from God knows where. At this moment, Du Xiaofu naturally didn't know that the dozens of dragons had followed Long Feng to the heavenly beast tomb to support the dragons. However, Long Feng was worried that there would be an unforeseen event in the heavenly beast tomb, so he rushed there alone. After Long Feng and Long Bao were intimidated by Jialo Kaling and left the heavenly beast tomb, they met the dragons who had come to support them on the way. Long Bao and Long Feng felt that something was wrong the more they thought about it. Why did Jialo Kaling let them leave so easily? The dragons and golden-winged great rocks were mortal enemies. Once they met, they would fight for no reason. There was no need to say much. In the end, Long Feng and Long Bao both thought that Jialo Kaling of the golden-winged great rocks had let them go so easily. There was only one reason. Jialo Kaling didn't have the absolute strength to kill them. The strength that Jialo Kaling had displayed in the heavenly beast tomb was most likely just an act. She couldn't fight too much. Otherwise, she would have exposed herself. That little strange dragon was extraordinary. They had to bring it back to the clan to study it. Du Xiaofu had killed the dragons, so he still had the golden-winged great rock's golden wings and other treasures. It was difficult for his physical body to be strong. Hence, Long Feng and Long Bao gritted their teeth and returned. "So it's you. It seems that I should have killed you in the heavenly beast tomb." Jialo Kaling looked at Long Feng and Long Bao, who had walked out of the void. Her golden eyes were filled with killing intent. The expression on her beautiful and valiant face immediately turned cold. TSK, although this domain lord doesn't know what methods you used in the heavenly beast tomb, I can guarantee that you wouldn't be able to do much after using those methods. But now, everything is about to turn around. Since so many of your golden-winged great rocks have come out, then all of you can stay. None of you need to return. This is a rare opportunity. My dragon clan will take it all. Long Bao stared at Jialo Kaling with a gloomy expression. Then, his gaze swept across the dozen young men and women of the golden-winged great rocks behind Jialo Kaling. Finally, he fixed his eyes on Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing. He whispered to Long Ba, who was beside him, "Eighth Dragon Prince, how about you deal with that little strange dragon? Just leave that little girl to me." Long Ba nodded with a gloomy expression. Although he wanted to deal with that brat Du Xiaofu, he knew that he wasn't much stronger than Long Qi after seeing Long Qi's miserable defeat. He wasn't a match for Long Qi, so he could only deal with that little strange dragon. Long Bao looked at Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing from afar after Long Ba nodded. He gritted his teeth and said in a gloomy tone, "Long Bao, you deal with that brat Du Xiaofu. You must take him down. Even if you can't take him alive, it's fine even if he's dead." "Yes, Elder Long Bao." As soon as Long Bao finished speaking, a burly man appeared from behind Long Ba. An absolutely vigorous dragon aura rippled from him. He was at the peak of the Nirvana Beast Sovereign level. If he wasn't at the half-region level, he was probably at the edge of the Beast region level. Long Bao turned around and looked at Long Feng beside him. A cold glint flashed across his eyes, followed by a blazing gaze. He said, "Let's work together to deal with Jialo Kai Ling. It's been a long time since I've seen the flesh of the golden-winged great rock." The flesh of the golden-winged great rocks is indeed hard to come by. The corner of Long Feng's eyes twitched with greed. He waved his hand and roared, "Attack! Don't let a single one of them go. Kill!" Ao ao. As Long Feng's hand fell, suddenly, there were shouts and faint dragon roars in the surroundings. Figures pounced forward one after another. Kill! Long Ba's face was gloomy. His blue robe fluttered and his long blue hair danced behind him. His body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of dense mist. Long Ao, a peak Nirvana Beast Sovereign expert, also pounced forward. "Everyone, be careful. Fight with all your strength. Little girl, be careful." When the figures in front of her rushed forward, Jialo Kai Ling's beautiful face was completely gloomy. She looked coldly at the dragons that were pouncing towards her. Those who came did not come with good intentions. "Jialo Kai Ling, hee." Suddenly, the space in front of her distorted. Long Bao and Long Feng took the lead and appeared in front of Jialo Kai Ling. Golden light gushed out from Jialo Kai Ling's eyes. She couldn't help but be serious when facing two Martial Region Realm Dragons. When they were in the Heavenly Beast Tomb, Jialo Kai Ling did not kill Long Feng and Long Bao because she was soft-hearted. It was just as Long Feng and Long Bao had thought. Jialo Kai Ling was not suppressed by the restriction in the Heavenly Beast Tomb because she had a special method. However, she could not maintain it for long. The more she attacked, the shorter the time she could maintain it. Therefore, Jialo Kai Ling had no choice but to let Long Feng and Long Bao go. If they were to fight in the Heavenly Beast Tomb, once the method disappeared, she would not be able to gain any advantage. "You want to deal with me with just the two of you? I'm afraid it's not enough." However, at this moment, Jialo Kai Ling was unwilling to fall behind. She did not back down. She shouted coldly and golden light burst out from her eyes. The monstrous energy in her body swept out like a golden sun. The energy swept out like a storm. "It's 5 o'clock in the morning again. I'm too sleepy. Shall you go to sleep?" Chapter 1301. TSK. As expected, you are only at the initial domain level. Today, I want to see what is so special about the Golden-Winged Rock Clan. Long Bao laughed wildly. He realized that Jialo Kai Ling was only at the initial domain level, just as he had wished. His figure moved and his dragon's might surged. A dark golden light spread out from the sea of clouds in the sky and rushed toward Jialo Kai Ling. "All disciples of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan, listen up. Kill the dragons with all your might. Kill them all." Jialo Kai Ling shouted coldly. Her tall figure flashed, and a golden light soared into the sky from her tall figure. Instead of retreating, she moved forward and collided with Long Bao. Boom! The collision between the two Martial Domain Realm experts happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. In an instant, a resplendent rune accompanied by a frightening energy spread out in a ring shape. Walala! Vigorous energy surged like waves, sweeping across the sea of clouds in the sky. Kill the dragons? The Golden-Winged Rock Clan is really arrogant. Therefore, disciples of the dragons, kill the Golden-Winged Rock Clan. Leave no one alive. Long Feng shouted coldly. The energy around his figure seemed to form a tornado. He moved like a hurricane and appeared in front of Jialo Kai Ling. The bright energy storm carried a dragon's roar. A fist rushed out from the hurricane like a meteorite and smashed toward Jialo Kai Ling mercilessly. Rock strikes the 9 heavens. In the face of Long Feng's attack, Jialo Kai Ling's delicate face turned cold. She waved her hand and a golden light burst out from her delicate body. Wherever her delicate hand passed, layers of golden talisman inscriptions gathered and formed a fan. It directly dispersed Long Feng's punch. Kill! In the blink of an eye, Long Bao sneered and appeared behind the beautiful figure. Dark golden runes soared into the sky. He punched violently, bringing out a huge dark golden rune dragon phantom that rushed directly towards Jialo Kaling. Break! Jialo Kaling seemed to have opened an eye behind her back. She raised her arm and waved her hand. Bright runes rushed out. Chi La, the rock's claw of chaos, swept out from Jialo Kaling's slender hand, twisting the void, crushing the sea of clouds, and crushing the dark golden dragon shadow. However, the claw print was then smashed by the giant tail of the dragon shadow. So what if there are two initial domains? What can they do to me? Jialo Kaling was fighting against two dragons at the martial domain realm at the same time. Her shout was like thunder. She stepped on the void and golden light surged. She was extremely domineering. Boom! At the same time, Dragon 8, and the rest of the dragon clan rushed toward the remaining dozen or so golden-winged rocks with a terrifying wave of energy. Leave no one alive. Kill! One figure after another pounced towards the dozen or so young men and women from the golden-winged great rocks, and a vast aura swept out violently. Aolo, almost at the same time, there were giant dragon shadows and flood dragon shadows. They swept across the sky and charged towards the dozen or so young men and women from the golden-winged great rocks. Dragon 9, Dragon 8, and the rest locked their eyes on Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing. Ghost Chariot, the Divine Ape King, and the rest did not stop. They appeared directly in front of Du Xiaofu and the rest. Kill without mercy. The dozen or so young men and women from the golden-winged great rocks did not retreat. Their eyes shone with golden light, and the golden light on their bodies was like the sun. Their auras were domineering and fierce. They charged forward and attacked. Bang, bang, bang! In an instant, the dragons and the golden-winged great rocks clashed. Rumble, the vast and vigorous energy collided, and the sea of clouds was shattered. The runes in the sky shone brightly, and the energy made the living creatures shudder. If we can't get away, let's fight. Little Ying, the violent Bear King, the spiritual Tiger King, the Fire Dragon King, the Silver Blood Leopard King, the Divine Ape King, and the rest looked up at Dragon 8, and the rest who had arrived in front of them in an instant. Their auras surged, and their ferocious auras erupted. They were ready to fight. What a disaster! The Guqin devil, Shangguan Qi Xian, frowned. His body glowed, and his hair began to flutter behind him. At that moment, there was a faint and strange demonic aura emanating from his tall and straight body. It was a long story, but everything happened as fast as lightning. The spiritual Tiger King, the violent Bear King, the Divine Ape King, and the rest wanted to fight. They could not just wait for death. Moreover, there was still a chance. Get out of my way! Suddenly, at that moment, Du Xiaofu's figure stepped out. A white divine light surged around him, and his face was slightly pale. Boom! The moment Du Xiaofu's figure stepped out, the surrounding space trembled quietly. His hands stretched out, and in an instant 35 formation flags were suspended in the space between his hands. It faintly distorted the space in front of him like a fried dough twist, but the light was dazzling. 8 gates Qiankuan formation! Du Xiaofu yelled. The 35 formation flags in his palm whistled through the air and instantly swept into the sky. There was a faint sense of mystery between them. At that moment, powerful and vigorous energy suddenly surged out from Du Xiaofu's body. Just as Dragon 8, and the rest of the dragons were about to pounce on him, a talisman formation that was thousands of feet wide appeared in front of everyone's eyes in the vast sky above the sea of clouds in front of Du Xiaofu. Boom! The entire sky above the sea of clouds trembled. The terrifying pressure that emanated from the formation caused the expressions of Ghost Chariot, the Guqin Devil, the Divine Ape King, and the rest of the experts. Rumble. At this moment, the entire sky above the sea of clouds began to rumble and tremble. Endless rune energy light twisted and condensed around the formation. It sealed the void and was filled with an ancient aura. The 8 Gates Qiankuan formation was an 8-star Nirvana talisman formation that Du Xiaofu found on the 9th floor of the Hehuan School's Qiankuan building. The so-called 8 Gates referred to the 8 different spatial positions determined by the Qimen Duanjia and the 8 trigrams. They were, in order, the gate of opening, the gate of healing, the gate of life, the gate of pain, the gate of limit, the gate of view, the gate of surprise, and the gate of death. The 8 Gates Qiankuan formation was formed by the intertwining of the 8 gates and the 9 palaces. It contained various supernatural powers and mysteries, and was condensed by the universe. Even an 8-star Nirvana talisman master with better talent would find it difficult to comprehend and perform the 8-star Nirvana talisman formation. The 8 Gates Qiankuan formation was even more vast and complicated. Once someone was trapped in the 8 Gates Qiankuan formation, only the gate of life could escape. Once someone entered the gate of death, no matter how strong they would die without a doubt. The 8 Gates Qiankuan formation, coupled with the 9 palaces heaven and earth and the power of the universe, was filled with killing intent and danger. If a true martial domain realm expert entered, they would have to pay an absolute price to come out. Du Xiaofu had never been careless or relaxed when it came to Talisman Dao. He had already comprehended the 8 Gates Qiankuan formation. At this moment, Du Xiaofu did not hesitate to perform it. Actually, although Du Xiaofu's injuries were no longer serious, his martial strength had not fully recovered. It was more appropriate to use the power of Talisman Dao. Rumble, the sea of clouds in the sky trembled, immediately trapping Dragon 8, Dragon Ao, and the other dragons. Dragon 8, Dragon Ao, and the others did not expect that Du Xiaofu would directly throw out a talisman formation. Moreover, it was an 8-star Nirvana talisman formation. Dragon 8, Dragon Ao, and the others were shocked. It was too late for them to dodge, and they were immediately trapped. It's an 8-star Nirvana talisman formation. Guiche, the Divine Ape King, the Phantom Tiger King, and the others could not help but tremble. They knew how difficult it was to set up an 8-star Nirvana talisman formation in an instant. Not to mention other difficulties, just setting up an 8-star Nirvana talisman formation was extremely demanding on one's primordial spirit. The Demon King was actually such a terrifying talisman master. The Divine Ape King and the others gasped when they saw the talisman formation that instantly covered the sky and covered the sky. Clearly, the Phantom Tiger King, Guiche, and the others did not expect that the Demon King was such a terrifying talisman master in addition to his terrifying martial strength. Just this talisman formation alone was enough to trample them to death in the heavenly beast tomb. Du Xiaofu's figure stepped out with a ghastly pale countenance. To the current Du Xiaofu, the exhaustion of setting up the 8-star rebirth talisman formation was absolutely greater than utilizing the trump cards in his martial Dao. Everyone, follow me. Let's go. Without any delay, the white divine radiance on Du Xiaofu's body disappeared as the golden radiance soared into the sky like a golden storm. A 5-fingered mountain phantom immediately appeared. Du Xiaofu activated the mountain vein spirit, and it became a few dozen feet long. It enveloped Little Star, Guiche, Guqin Demon, the Divine Ape King, the Phantom Tiger King, Little Falcon, Little Ying, and dozens of others. They immediately dove down and disappeared into the sea of clouds. If they did not escape now, when would they? Oh no, don't let that brat escape. Long Feng, you deal with this woman. I'll chase after him. Long Bao, who was fighting with Jialo Kaling, shouted. He spied on everything around him in his mind. He did not expect Du Xiaofu to have such means and be able to set up such a powerful talisman formation. Looking at Du Xiaofu and the others escaping, Long Bao immediately gave up on Jialo Kaling and chased after Du Xiaofu and the others. He would never allow that human and the little dragon to escape. Giallo Kaling did not stop Long Bao. That human brat actually took advantage of the chaos to escape. The dozens of descendants of the golden-winged Great Rock clan were still fighting bitterly. Naturally, she would not stop Long Bao for Du Xiaofu. Moreover, once Long Bao left, the pressure on her would be greatly reduced. Long Feng, do you think you can do anything to me by yourself? Seeing that only Long Feng was left to stop her, Giallo Kaling shouted. The sea of clouds in the sky trembled as golden radiance surged. Her every move was like a great rock flapping its wings, sweeping in all directions. Golden energy surged and illuminated the void. Long Feng's hair fluttered in the wind. As an expert of the initial domain of the beast domain, his eyes were like stars. His dragon's might fluctuated, and his body seemed to have merged with the surrounding space. He also counterattacked. The void buzzed as they collided, and the surrounding space shook. Giallo Kaling was tall and slender. She had a graceful figure and a charming face. Her skin was suffused with a golden glow. Her beautiful eyes were moving and soul-stirring. Her hair rippled with brilliance. She was incomparably domineering. Her attacks were wide open and swept away everything,